The story starts as a soldier cuts off the main lead's hair and takes her to the scaffold, where all eyes are fixed on her as she is brought forward. The soldier shouts, "The sinner Aristia La Monique, the queen, engaged in immoral activities out of jealousy and envy, and has committed treason by daring to assassinate the emperor." Aristia thinks, "When did things begin to go wrong, I wonder?" The soldier continues loudly, "As such, she will be deposed the position of queen. The fortune, title, and land of Marquis Monique will all be confiscated. As for punishment for attempting to murder a royal and such, she will be executed." Aristia wonders in fear, "Why am I here?" The soldier then says again, "She will be executed." Aristia's thoughts break in pain, "My only sin was loving you." The soldier pushes her forward and forces her head onto the guillotine, and in that moment she is shocked as she sees the king and the princess together, watching her execution without emotion, and she lets out a bitter laugh, thinking, "You were the only purpose in my life, and yet I was only a bother to you." The soldier shouts once more, "Execute her," and Aristia thinks desperately, if I could begin my life again, I won't love you again." And suddenly the blade of the guillotine falls, cutting everything away, and in that final moment the narration echoes, "Aristia La Monique, a woman born for the emperor, the emperor's one and only wife, the flower of the empire. Such was once my name." Now the coronation of Ruvellis Camaludin Shana Castina, the 34th emperor of the Castina Empire, had begun, and the crowd shouted loudly, "Long live the emperor! Long live the empress! Long live the emperor! Long live the empress!" As Aristia stood among them, watching silently and thinking that they truly looked like a match made in heaven, both appearing so happy, and that the empire would surely prosper now that the emperor had finally met his empress. And later in the Empress palace, Jun excitedly approached Aristia and said, "Wow, I've never seen silver hair before. It's so pretty. What's your name?" To which Aristia calmly replied, "My name is Aristia La Monique, dear Empress, moon of the empire." And Jun smiled brightly, saying, "So you're Aristia. Can I call you Tia? Nobody here is around my age, so I don't have any friends." "This is great. Nice to meet you, Tia." While Aristia responded politely, "I am honored, Your Majesty," even though she thought to herself that among nobles only close friends use given names, and despite taking etiquette lessons, Jun still did not understand such basic manners, yet Jun continued cheerfully, saying, "My name's Jun. I hope we can be good friends." And Aristia replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." But Jun insisted, "Don't call me like that. You can just call me by my name casually." As Aristia quietly reflected that the position Jun held should have been hers, recalling the long history of the Castina Empire, which had lasted 1,000 years, and how the 33rd emperor, Mirkan Lu Shana Castina, had been a perfect and generous ruler, with his only flaw being the lack of an heir, until he finally had a son late in life, and 4 years later, an oracle foretold the birth of that prince's destined partner, leading to the birth of a daughter in House Monique, the only Marquis family that had contributed to the empire's founding, leaving no doubt that she was the chosen one, and from the moment she could walk, she was trained strictly to become Empress without any freedom, and after Emperor Mirkan passed away, Prince Ruvellis ascended as the 34th emperor, and the girl waited, believing she would soon become his empress. But everything changed suddenly when a mysterious girl appeared at the lake of the royal palace, with black hair like soot and pitch-black eyes. Clearly someone from another world, throwing the temple into chaos, until a new interpretation of the oracle declared her as the emperor's true partner, and so the mysterious girl was worshipped as the empress, while the girl who had trained her entire life was instead brought into the palace as a lower queen. And later, as Aristia wandered alone in the garden, she thought about how she used to walk there with the late emperor, now visiting alone without him, recalling his gentle voice calling her "my dear girl," and thinking how she once believed she would become his son's wife and be happy, softly lamenting how much she missed him, when suddenly Jun appeared and called out Tia, causing Aristia to panic internally, wondering why she was there. And when Jun asked, "What's wrong?" Aristia composed herself and said, "Welcome, Your Majesty, dear moon of the Empire." But Jun looked concerned and asked, "Were you crying? Did something happen?" To which Aristia replied, "It's nothing. I was just remembering something dear to me," prompting Jun to softly repeat, "Something dear? I see. I want to see my family too. I was just dropped into this world somehow without any warning," making Aristia realize that Jun must have had a family as well, thinking about how she had just turned 18, as Jun tearfully murmured, "Mom, Dad," and as Aristia began to respond, saying, "Your ma." They were suddenly interrupted when Ruv arrived and demanded, "What's going on here?" And Jun immediately ran to him, crying, "Ruv," as she grabbed onto him, and he gently asked, "What's wrong, Jun?" before turning sharply to Aristia and accusing, "You, what have you done to Jun?" As Aristia tried to respond, "Your Majesty, I," but Jun quickly defended her, shouting, "Ruv, Tia didn't do anything wrong," and then explaining softly, "I was tearing up a bit because I miss my family back home," which made Ruv relax slightly as he said, "I see. You must be tired. You should go ahead and rest indoors. I'll be right with you," and Jun agreed, saying, "All right," while Aristia silently noticed his gentle tone, realizing he had never spoken to her that way before. But as soon as Jun left, Ruv's expression turned cold as he warned Aristia, Don't you dare approach Jun. Jun is a pure, gentle woman. The likes of you shall not dare treat her carelessly," and Aristia tried to explain, saying, "Your Majesty, did you think the crown of the Empress was yours? Never. The prophecy was misinterpreted to begin with. It wasn't yours in the first place. It was Jun's. I was only trying to understand how she felt," but Ruv cut her off coldly, saying, "If this happens again, I will not forgive you," leaving Aristia alone with her thoughts as she questioned why he hated her so much, thinking that she had only ever tried her best to earn his love, and wondering painfully why it was never enough. Now Jun apologizes desperately, saying she is sorry, repeatedly calling out Tia's name, her voice filled with guilt, while Aristia looks at her calmly and says that she does not understand what she means, addressing her as Her Majesty. Though deep inside she wonders if this is about how she has been doing all the work in the palace that should have been Jun's responsibility, or about her unsophisticated etiquette that has not improved despite countless lessons, and as Jun hesitates, she explains that she heard Aristia was supposed to be the Empress, chosen as Ruv's fiancé since birth, and that everything changed when she arrived, while Aristia internally mocks how slow she is to learn the truth. And Jun insists she truly did not know and apologizes again, but Aristia calmly tells her there is no need to apologize, saying they were simply foolish and misinterpreted the oracle, which confuses Jun, prompting Aristia to explain that only God can decide who stands beside the Emperor, and since Jun is the one foretold, it is only right that she becomes the Empress. Yet Jun reacts in disbelief, questioning what is so great about being Empress, leaving Aristia stunned as Jun continues, saying she was suddenly thrown into a world she knows nothing about, overwhelmed by talk of oracles and marriage, admitting she accepted it only because she had no way to return home, but now she has learned Ruv already had a fiancé, repeating loudly that she never wanted any of this and only wants to go back home, never wishing to be an empress at all, which makes Aristia internally question how someone can be so careless, before she finally asks if Jun is done, and when Jun softly calls her name, Aristia slams the table and scolds her harshly, saying she is shocked by how irresponsible she sounds, criticizing her for accepting such a position without truly understanding its weight, declaring that the Empress is the mother of the entire empire and the sole partner of the Emperor who will shape its future, and that such a role is not something to complain about so lightly, while inside, Aristia burns with frustration, thinking how she herself always wanted that position but could never have it despite dedicating her entire life to standing beside him, and as Jun weakly calls her again, Aristia admits it maddens her to see how careless she is, saying she pities the Emperor, the people, and most of all herself for wasting her youth preparing only to become worthless, reduced to assisting someone like her as a lower queen, glancing at June and wondering why Ruv chose someone like her, while June, hurt, wonders what he ever saw in Aristia before she tries to explain herself, saying she was confused after suddenly arriving in a strange world, struggling to accept that Ruv, the only person she relied on, already had another wife. And that person was Aristia, her friend, admitting that may be why she said something she should not have, apologizing once more before quietly leaving, and as the door closes, Aristia reflects on her own behavior, wondering why she could not hold back. Noticing how impatient and angry she has become lately, forcing herself to focus on work, reminding herself that these documents should be authorized by the Empress who enjoys privilege and love yet ignores her duties, when suddenly Ruv bursts into the room. And Aristia immediately greets him respectfully, calling him the sole son of the Empire, but without warning, he slaps her hard across the face and demands to know what she said to June, accusing her of claiming she was supposed to be the Empress. To which Aristia firmly replies never, but he angrily questions why June is in tears and sent him to her, leaving her struggling to respond, while internally she reflects that although she once blamed June and pitted herself, she has never truly thought of Ruv as hers, not even before June appeared, since he was never kind to her, so how could she wish for something like that now? Yet Ruv coldly asks if she wants to become his woman that badly, confusing her, as he continues, saying it cannot be for love since she is too bitter and cold to even cry when struck, and not for loyalty either since her family is already thriving, suggesting instead that she wants to bear the future emperor to continue her family's legacy. And as those words hit her, she breaks down, covering her face as tears fall, thinking desperately that despite never being loved, she only ever wanted to love him and support him, never once seeing this as duty or politics. But Ruv steps closer, grabbing her hand and commanding her to strip, shocking her as her eyes widen, while he coldly questions why she is surprised, saying this is what she wanted, and if she desires to be his woman so much, then he will make her so. Now in that moment, she sorrowfully shouts, "Your Majesty, don't do this. Your Majesty, please," but he coldly responds, "Why are you pretending to hesitate now? Isn't this what you wanted?" Leaving her trembling as she says, "I do not understand," while inside, her thoughts begin to spiral as she recalls overhearing rumors that the Emperor had never once stepped into the Empress chambers, that he was being rejected. And she wonders if that is true. Then what would happen if she accepted him now, thinking that maybe, just maybe, he would begin to look her way again, and if she were to conceive his child, perhaps he would finally acknowledge her, and, gathering her resolve, she says, "I may not be the Empress. However, I am not a mistress either, I am a queen. I will take these clothes off myself, so please respect my wishes," but he only smiles mockingly and replies, "A queen? Not a mistress? Make no mistake," before pushing her away and declaring, "You are nothing to me," and in that painful moment, she realizes that the future she had always imagined, the day she would become one with him, was nothing like this, not like this at all, as she cries out, "Kaya, Your Majesty." Wait, but he silences her, saying, "I'll do as you wish, so be quiet," before forcing intimacy upon her, and 2 months later, a grand banquet is held to celebrate June's 1-year anniversary since arriving in the Empire, where Aristia stands quietly, thinking to herself, in the end, Tia, I'm sorry, as if speaking to June in her heart, confessing, "I've fallen in love with Ruv. At first, I rejected his words of love because of you, but in the end I couldn't help but fall in love with someone as kind as him. I will take him in once this banquet is over. But I'll treasure you like my own little sister for the rest of my life. Let's be friends, just like sisters." Okay. Yet, even as she thinks this, she wonders if her endless longing for him will fade once June finally accepts him, questioning what kind of woman she has become, unable to even hate him despite the way he hurts her and looks at her coldly every time, yet still yearning for his love, whispering in her heart that she does not understand, when suddenly she gasps, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her, wondering why she feels so sick when she has not even eaten anything as a maid approaches in concern and says, "Your Highness, are you feeling ill? You seem pale," to which Aristia tries to reassure her, "Oh, I'm all right. I'm just feeling a bit." But before she can finish, she suddenly vomits, her body trembling as she thinks, "I feel so nauseous. It's like my insides are turning over." But I didn't even eat anything. As the crowd begins whispering and murmuring, their gazes fixed on her, making her uneasy as she wonders why they are looking at her like that and if something is wrong. When Ruv approaches and asks, "Is something wrong?" and she quickly replies, "It's nothing, Your Majesty." Nothing is WR, but she is interrupted again as another wave of sickness overtakes her and she vomits once more, causing Ruv to look confused, while Aristia panics internally, thinking, "No, I don't want him to see me in such a state." But when suddenly Ras steps forward and announces, "Congratulations, Your Majesty," leaving Ruv puzzled as he asks, "Sir Ras, what do you mean by that?" And Ras explains, "Though I may be hasty, it seems that the Queen is with a child. That is a blessing to this empire and to the royal family. It's only right to congratulate such a blessing, is it not?" causing the crowd to erupt into shocked whispers, saying, "She's pregnant? The Empress is right there, yet she got pregnant first, then she could," while Aristia stands frozen, her mind echoing, "I am, with a child, with his," when suddenly June cries out loudly, "New," and Ruv immediately turns to her in alarm, calling, "Jun. Jun, are you all right?" as she responds shakily, "Your Majesty." Now as Aristia and June face each other once again, Ruv gently says, "Here, Jun, stand up," while Aristia tries to speak, saying, "Hear me, dear Queen," but Ruv continues calmly, "To think that I'd hear news of your child on such a memorable day as today. This is quite a blessing," and hearing that soft tone, Aristia is momentarily shaken, thinking how gentle his voice sounds, yet at the same time realizing that he is not speaking his true feelings at all, noticing how cold his eyes really are as the crowd surrounds them with cheers, shouting, "Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations! Your Highness the Queen! Congratulations!" And Ruv then turns to her and says, "You don't seem so well. Would it not be better for you to return to your chamber and rest now?" To which Aristia lowers her gaze and replies, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Then I shall take my leave," and Ruv adds, "I should be walking you out, but the guest of honor shouldn't leave his place. I shall send a doctor to look over your health and see you afterward. Do take care of yourself," making Aristia realize in her heart that he is clearly banishing her, yet she still answers politely, "I am grateful, Your Majesty." And later that night, a servant visits her room and says, "You must let yourself rest since this is only the beginning of your pregnancy. This tea will help you feel better and less nauseous," while Aristia sits quietly, thinking that she truly has a child, recalling how she had assumed her fatigue was simply from overworking, now realizing there is a baby inside her, and remembering the dream she once had that even if he hated her, he might look at her again if she carried his child, now recognizing it was nothing more than a naive and foolish dream. As she reflects on the late emperor who had reveled in life and must have been lonely in his youth, yet the reality now is different, recalling his words, "I will see you afterward," and calling herself a fool for waiting so hopefully when she knows he only said that because others were watching, and days pass into weeks. Until one rainy night, as she walks alone through the gallery, she thinks that 3 weeks have passed since the banquet, and he has not come to see her even once. Yet today he finally called for her, and even that small thing is enough to make her feel happy, despite her weak condition, as she suddenly feels nauseous again, wondering if it is because of the rain, when Ruv stands by the window, looking outside, and a maid announces, "Your Majesty, Her Highness the Queen has arrived." And Aristia enters respectfully, saying, "I am here as requested, Your Majesty, the sole son of the Empire," but Ruv speaks coldly, "I don't wish to speak with you for long, so I'll be brief. I don't suspect that the child in your belly is not mine." "You wouldn't do that," judging by your high sense of pride, and as she tries to steady herself, telling herself to remain calm and not show anything disgraceful, he continues, however, keep this in mind. I will choose my heir from among the children of the Empress, not you. It doesn't matter how many children you bear, nor how smart they grow to be. They will never become my heir or successor. Do you understand? And his cold voice feels like it is cutting through her very bones, leaving her unable to respond immediately as she wonders why he hates her so much, feeling her heart ache, until she finally forces herself to say, yes, but suddenly she staggers, crying out, as her body gives way and Ruv instinctively catches her from behind, and in that brief moment, she is surprised, thinking she has never seen him like that before, but just then the door bursts open and Jun enters, saying, Ruv, I got tired of waiting, so I came to you. Today is only to freeze as she sees them together and angrily demands, what are you doing? And Ruv quickly tries to explain, Jun, but she cuts him off, shouting, how could both of you do this to me? As he insists, Jun, this isn't what you think. Yet she refuses to listen, yelling, I don't care, before turning and heading toward the door, and Ruv urgently calls out, wait. Jun, please listen to me. Jun, as he lets go of Aristia to chase after her, causing Aristia to collapse onto the floor, and in that instant, he turns back in shock, saying, what? Queen, as she cries out in pain, my belly, feeling as though her stomach is being torn apart, thinking how unbearable the pain is, while Ruv shouts in panic, is there anyone outside? Call the doctor here. Now, and as everything blurs, Aristia wonders faintly why he looks so panicked, questioning why he is acting this way when it is so unlike him. Now, as Aristia lies in bed, she slowly wakes up, her vision blurred as she quietly thinks morning. Just like any other day, but why do I feel so empty? And just then, a maid enters and gently says, are you awake, Your Highness? And at that moment, the memories of the previous night suddenly come rushing back to her, making her fall back onto the bed as she whispers weakly, did I lose my baby? And the maid lowers her head and replies, I'm afraid so, Your Highness, causing Aristia to grip the blanket tightly as she thinks to herself that she had expected as much, while the maid apologizes sincerely, saying, I am so very sorry, Your Highness, and Aristia reflects that there had been too much blood for it to be otherwise, before hesitantly asking, then, will I be able to bear another child? To which the maid struggles to respond, saying, that's because you were always quite frail in health since you were young, Your Highness, and hearing that, Aristia quietly understands, thinking that she will never be able to have a child with him now or ever again. Yet even as that realization settles in, she recalls Ruv's voice from the previous night shouting, attend to the queen. Jun, wait, let me, and convinces herself that perhaps this outcome is for the better, thinking that it is better for a child not to be born from someone as stubborn as her. Yet what hurts her even more than losing the child is the image of him turning his back on her. Accepting that maybe he was right about her being a cold and unfeeling woman, while outside, maids whisper among themselves, one saying, the queen is in such a state, yet her father Marquis Monique hasn't even come to see her. He only goes back and forth from the knight's quarters, and another replies, well, of course. House Monique has always been fiercely loyal to the royal palace. As the first continues, he didn't show any discontent when his daughter was called to be the queen. It's a humiliation after all the years she was trained as an empress, and the other questions. Does he not care about his daughter? Only for the first to repeat the same doubt, while the second coldly concludes, I guess ice flows in the veins of that family instead of blood. And hearing all of this, Aristia wonders how much time has passed since then, feeling as though another nightmare has fallen upon her even before she could recover. Unable to sleep as her insomnia worsens, deciding she should return to work since there must be a pile of tasks waiting for her, but as she approaches the door, she overhears the maids again, one whispering, hey, did you hear the news? And another asking, is it true? To which the first excitedly replies, it is. I heard the head maid talking about it, and Aristia freezes as she realizes what they are about to say, thinking, The Empress is with a child. Jun is pregnant. As the maid continues enthusiastically, I heard that the Emperor was so very delighted. They're going to hold a grand banquet and offer gifts to all the people of the empire. Even the temples are holding a prayer to bless the child of the prophesied Empress. Amazing! The empire will finally welcome an heir to the throne. And hearing this, Aristia reflects bitterly that when she had a child, there were no celebrations and no one rejoiced, and suddenly she bursts into loud laughter, saying, "Ha ha 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 ha, nobody," alarming the maids as they cry out, "Your Highness! Your Highness! Please forgive us," but Aristia, overwhelmed, shouts, "Pregnant! She's pregnant! Sojun has a child, does she?" As the maids plead with her to calm down, until suddenly the door bursts open and her father rushes in, shouting, "My dear queen, is something wrong?" And in a broken tone, Aristia repeats his words mockingly before saying, "I won't ever have a child from now on. But look, she's pregnant. How funny. Don't you think so, father?" As she continues laughing uncontrollably, and he quickly approaches her, grabbing her shoulders and shouting, "Please, get a hold of yourself, Your Highness," causing her to freeze as she realizes her behavior and apologizes. "What was I? Please forgive me for showing such disgrace, father," while thinking that despite all her training to control her emotions, she has failed and must have disappointed him, knowing how strict and unwavering he has always been. Yet to her shock, he says, "I should never have sent you here," making her stare in confusion as she realizes he has never once opposed the royal palace before. Wondering what he means as he continues seriously, "Your Highness, please listen closely. I have to travel to the borders due to an urgent matter. So please, stay strong and wait for me. When I return, I will surely take you back to our Monique family home." And hearing those words, she hesitantly asks, "Is that really true? Father, can I really return home?" And he reassures her firmly, "I will definitely make it so. So please ready yourself and stay well. Do you understand?" Filling her with a rare sense of happiness as she replies, "Yes, yes, father," while he prepares to leave. And as she watches him go, she feels both comforted and uneasy, thinking about how he has always been stern yet is now showing concern, wondering why he feels so distant. Briefly considering calling him back, but deciding to trust that he will return as he always keeps his promises, resolving to ask him when he comes back if he truly considered her more important than the empire he always prioritized. But before she can dwell further on that thought, chaos suddenly erupts elsewhere as a scream echoes, "Kaya! Who are you? Who ordered you to do this?" And Aristia later learns that Joan was ambushed by masked men during a walk outside the palace grounds, an incident that occurred just 4 days later, followed by desperate cries of "Your Majesty" echoing through the scene. Now everything begins to fall apart when a maid suddenly rushes in, shouting, "Your Highness, this is an emergency. Marquis Monique was arrested for treason," and hearing this, Aristia cries out in shock, "My father," as her mind races, recalling how Jun had been attacked by unknown men during her excursion into town and lost her child, and how the very next day, her father was accused as the mastermind behind the attack, making her desperately think that it cannot be true, that her father is a loyal man who would never do such a thing, and without hesitation, she rushes to Ruve and pleads, "Your Majesty, please spare my father. I beg you," but he coldly responds, "You're asking me to forgive someone who tried to kill the Empress," and she insists, "There must be some sort of misunderstanding. Father would never do such a thing. Please, think of the countless years our house has been loyal to the throne. Please spare his life." Yet instead of compassion, Ruve simply smiles and says, "Really?" Neil, leaving her stunned as she asks, "What?" But he continues mercilessly, "Didn't you want to save your father? Kneel at my feet and lay your head on the ground. Lick my shoe and I shall spare your father. Well, you can't do it." And in that moment, Aristia is torn, thinking about how she was raised her entire life to be an empress, taught to stand beside the emperor as his equal, to carry pride and dignity greater than anyone else. Certain that her father would never want her to humiliate herself like this, yet at the same time remembering how he had finally shown her genuine fatherly love and promised to take her home, and as those emotions overwhelm her, she resolves that none of her pride or dignity matters anymore, deciding that she will save her father no matter what, and so she kneels before him, while Ruv looks down at her and says, "You were always arrogant, and now I finally see you kneel," and with a trembling voice, she asks, "Will you spare my father's life as promised?" But he coldly replies, "Oh, how unfortunate. Your father is already dead. He was executed this morning," and in that instant, her world shatters as she realizes that the last time she saw him was truly the final moment, while Ruv continues cruelly, "Did you really think I would let him live? He killed my child and hurt Jun," and hearing those words, Aristia's heart breaks completely as she reflects that she had never longed for her father's love until that very last moment when she finally felt a glimmer of it, only for it to be taken away forever. And in her despair, she looks at Ruv and says, "You say my father killed your child. Then what about you? You took away my everything, you killed my child, and left me with nothing. So what about you?" As her anger boils over and she shouts, "How dare you?" shocking him as he reacts, "What?" But she screams again, "How dare you?" before grabbing a sharp pin from her hair and lunging at him, striking him as he cries out in pain. While the servants panic, shouting, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your wound is. Hurry, call for the doctor. The rest of you, arrest the queen now," and as she is seized, Aristia's mind spirals in horror, thinking, "No. What have I done? What's happened to me?" And soon after, her fate is sealed as a soldier announces, as such, she will be deposed from the position of queen. As for punishment for attempting to murder a royal and such, she will be executed, and in her final moments, as everything fades, Aristia thinks to herself that if she could begin her life again, she would never love him again, and with that final thought, the blade of the guillotine falls, bringing a tragic end to her life. Now in the darkness, a mysterious voice echoes, saying, "You are the one who I look upon. The path you take will be your fate, and what you wish for will be your path. The one who carves one's own fate, that is your name. Your name is," and before the words can finish, she suddenly wakes up, her eyes opening to a familiar ceiling, noticing a silver shield, the insignia of her house, and wondering why it is there, thinking how strange it feels. Realizing that this scene is just like before, as she slowly rises and pulls the curtain aside, looking outside only to be stunned as she sees the mansion of House Monique, questioning what is going on since she had left home at 16, wondering why she is here now. When a maid enters and says, "Are you awake?" "Good morning, Lady Tia," and hearing that voice, Aristia shouts in shock, "Lena. How are?" But Lena casually replies, "Oh no, look at you. Your hair is a mess. You're already 10 now, were you not able to fall asleep?" And those words leave Aristia frozen as she looks at herself and whispers, "What?" 10 years old, while her mind spirals in disbelief, recalling that she was executed for treason, immediately thinking of her father as she urgently asks Lena, "What about father?" And Lena answers, "The Marquis. He is usually in the training hall at this hour." "Oh, Lady Tia. You're still wearing your pajamas." But Aristia wastes no time, rushing out in desperation as servants greet her in confusion, while she runs with a single thought in mind, that she has to see him, to confirm that he is safe, not caring whether this is a dream or reality, and as she reaches him, she shouts, "Father," and the Marquis turns in surprise, saying, "Tia," while Aristia recalls how he had always been loyal to the throne, putting the empire above everything. Yet, in his final moments, he chose her above all else, and overwhelmed with emotion, she runs into his arms, crying out, "Papa, Papa," thinking with relief that he is alive, repeating his name as tears fall, while he stands there shocked and those around them grow concerned, and later, as Lena combs her hair, she says, I was so surprised to think that the daughter of the Marquis, the young lady who is the epitome of etiquette, would run outside in her pajamas in the morning. Nobody would believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes. Did you have a nightmare?" And Aristia quietly thinks that perhaps it was a nightmare, though it felt far too real, as Lena continues, You will begin your lessons as the Empress soon, making Aristia realize that Lena looks much younger now. Just as she herself does, noticing her small hands and suddenly panicking as she recalls her earlier behavior, while Lena asks, "What's wrong?" and Aristia internally panics, thinking about how she cried in her father's arms in front of everyone, feeling utterly embarrassed, wondering how she can face him again, until later when he calls her, saying, "Come here," and she approaches nervously, apologizing, "I'm sorry for being late, Father," as she sits at the table filled with dishes. Feeling awkward and noticing that he seems a bit strange, wondering if her behavior upset him, asking hesitantly, Father, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" But he calmly replies, "No, it's nothing at all," making her question if she imagined it, as he then says, Tia, and when she responds, yes, he hesitates, "Well, it's about," before trailing off awkwardly, adding, "Why don't you call me like B? I mean, you called me. It's nothing. Continue with your meal." And hearing this, Aristia feels a quiet happiness, thinking that her father is alive, that they are speaking and eating together, wishing that if this is a dream, it would never end, even if it means she must sleep forever. But suddenly, memories of Ruve's cruel words echo in her mind. Make no mistake. "You're nothing to me. Your child will never be my heir. Your father is dead. He was executed this morning," causing her to jolt back to reality in fear, her heart racing as she looks at herself in the mirror and begins to cry, overwhelmed by everything that has happened. Now the next morning, Lena enters Aristia's room and gently says, "It's time for your tea soon. Should I bring it to your room?" But Aristia quietly replies, "No. I'll go downstairs," surprising Lena as she asks, "You will?" And as Aristia walks, she thinks about how after wandering through those cruel memories, she opens her eyes to see the people she missed, and as Lena happily points out, "There's your favorite today, meringue pie." Aristia looks around and thinks about the home she longed for, while Lena fusses over her, saying, "You're too thin, Lady Tia. You must eat more," and Aristia softly responds, "Is that so?" as she reflects on these warm, peaceful days, wondering which is the dream and which is reality, questioning how long this happiness will last, and as she heads toward the door and opens it, she sees her father preparing to leave, saying to a servant, "I may be late, so don't worry about my supper," and she immediately calls out, "Father, are you leaving?" To which he replies, "Yes. I must visit the palace," and she protests, "What? But you don't need to work today." Yet he explains, "I have something urgent to discuss with Duke Arkant," and though she nods, saying, "I see," he suddenly approaches her and asks with concern, "Tia, are you not feeling well?" catching her off guard as she stammers, "Huh." While he continues, "Or do you have something to say to me? You suddenly broke into tears last time, as well," and flustered, she replies, It's nothing. I'm not sick at all." Father, while thinking about how he is making that expression again, and after a brief pause, he says, "Really? Well, if you say so," and as she watches him leave, she says, "Take care, Father," but he quietly responds, "So you won't call me like that anymore," confusing her as she says, "Huh," before he simply adds, "I'll be back soon," and leaves, while Aristia reflects on how they used to be distant, sharing only necessary formalities, yet now he feels different, remembering how he awkwardly patted her head and how she could feel his warmth even through his gloves, making her wonder if her life had been so pitiful that God granted her one last dream, and suddenly she recalls the Temple of Vita, the ruling god of the empire, realizing that perhaps the temple and its oracles might hold the answers she seeks, deciding she should go there the next day, and that night, as she sleeps, the Marquis quietly enters her room and moves the bed curtain, causing her to wake in fear, clutching her blanket tightly as she thinks it is too dark to see anything, questioning where she is and whether this is the palace or somewhere else, until she feels a hand and cries out, "Who's there?" only to hear his gentle voice say, "Tia, it's me," and instantly she relaxes, calling out, "Father, Papa, Papa." Papa, as he reassures her, you must have had a bad nightmare, while she wonders if it truly was just a nightmare, unable to tell which reality is real anymore, yet holding on to the warmth she feels, not wanting to lose it, as he says, I should go with you. But she insists, I'm all right. You must be busy, father, though he replies firmly, you had trouble falling asleep last night. I can't send you to the temple alone, and later, as she sits in the carriage, she tells him, don't worry. I'll be careful, while thinking about how he held her hand until she fell asleep, still uncertain which reality is true, wondering if those memories were a dream of the future, and if so, whether there is an unknown oracle tied to it. And eventually she arrives at the great temple, Sanctus Vita, where a temple lady greets her, saying, May you be blessed with life. Please announce your name and the purpose for your visit, and Aristia answers, I am Aristia La Monique. I wish to read any oracles from the past few months, only to be told there is nothing as such. The oracle from 5 years ago was the most recent one, leaving her troubled as she thinks about what to do next, before deciding, then I would like to read all the oracles from the past 10 years, and the temple lady agrees, saying, I will show you to the prayer room, leading her inside, where Aristia searches through everything but finds nothing that explains her situation, realizing that in her memory she was 17, while now she is 10, meaning 7 years passed in what could have been a single dream, yet questioning if that is even possible since the pain, the cold glances, and the suffering still feel as vivid as yesterday, making her wonder if she is the one dreaming right now instead, until she sighs and asks herself, Phew, what should I do now? And just as she stands there in uncertainty, a voice suddenly echoes, You are here, my child, startling her as she looks around in shock. Now as the mysterious voice echoes, Aristia shouts in alarm, Who are you? Who's talking to me right now? And the voice calmly responds, I am the one who imbues life into all. You all call me Vita, leaving her shaken as she wonders if this could be real or just some cruel trick. But Vita continues, You wish to know which is the truth, between yourself now and yourself when you were 17, making her stammer, How did you? While Vita declares that nothing can escape its gaze and reveals that both are her reality, causing her to question in disbelief how that is even possible, asking if it means she traveled back in time, to which Vita confirms that it turned back the time of everything using its power of life, and confused and angry, she demands to know why, only to hear that too many fates had been distorted by its blessed child, leaving her puzzled as she repeats, a blessed child. And Vita explains that this child was meant to be born in this world, but fell into another world due to a distortion, and when brought back, it twisted the fate of many, including hers, and in that instant, Aristia realizes the truth. Thinking that June is that blessed child, and she questions why no new oracle was given, thinking that if she had known earlier, she might have given up everything sooner, but Vita reveals that when the blessed child disappeared, Aristia's own thread of fate became tangled with roofs to fill that void, and as the realization sinks in, she trembles, asking if that means her connection to him was never truly hers, only a replacement, and Vita confirms it, causing her to break down as she shouts that her painful love was not even her own will, that it was merely decided by fate, and Vita again confirms it without hesitation, making her cry out in anguish that she worked so hard only to never be loved, all because she was just a temporary substitute, questioning if her entire existence was nothing more than a replacement for the blessed child loved by God, and hearing yet another confirmation, she explodes in anger, shouting not to be toyed with, accusing the God before her of letting her suffer while someone else had everything, questioning how a God who claims to treat all life equally could interfere so cruelly. But Vita simply states that humans cannot avoid the decisions given to them, that it is called fate, yet Aristia refuses, shouting that she will not accept such a fate, even as Vita insists that fate cannot be avoided, and in her heart, she reflects on everything she endured, how she truly loved him despite his coldness, how she carried out all the duties of an empress, endured the scorn of the people, and convinced herself that God was testing her and would reward her someday, only to realize now that she never had any freedom at all, that her entire life was forced by fate, even being denied the warmth of her father's love. And though Vita says it pities her and offers her a gift as compensation for her twisted fate, she laughs bitterly through her tears, accepting it but rejecting the god itself, shouting that she will never acknowledge or thank it, that she will reject it with her entire life just as she was discarded. And Vita calmly accepts her defiance, telling her to do as she wishes, and suddenly crystals form around her and shatter as Vita declares, "You are the one who I look upon. You are the one who refuses fate. The path you take shall be your fate, and what you wish for will be your path. The one who carves one's own fate, that is your name." Aristia La Monique, and as those words echo, Aristia is left questioning what she lived her life for, what her existence even meant, feeling as though she was nothing in the end, until distant voices begin to call out to her, repeating Tia, 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 as she grows irritated, thinking she has nothing left to give, that her effort, pride, tears, and love were all rejected, wondering what more anyone could possibly want from her, when suddenly the voice becomes clear and urgent. Shouting Tia, and Ruv's desperate voice breaks through as he pleads, "Please, please, open your eyes," while in his heart he desperately begs for her to wake up. Tina and the Marquis shouted, "Tia, Tia, Tia, wake up, Tia, Lady Tia, you're awake," and Aristia slowly opened her eyes as she called out Father. Lena, her father, who had always been stern, looked at her with visible emotion as he said, "You're finally awake," and she was shocked to see tears in his eyes, thinking tears. My father, who was always so stern, while Tina cried out, "I'm so relieved, Lady Tia. I was so surprised to hear that you collapsed at the temple," and both of them continued, "We thought something was terribly wrong since you didn't wake up for such a long time." As Aristia realized the truth, thinking, "That's right, I'm not alone. Now I have my father who loves me enough to abandon his duties, and Lena, whom I've been with since I was young, and the people from my family who worry about me. I have people around me who will hold my hand if I reach out. I don't need to yearn for God's salvation." All I had to do was look around, and unable to hold back her emotions, she hugged her father tightly. Thinking, "I finally realized that when I thought that even God abandoned me," before saying, "Everyone, thank you so much," as a new determination formed in her heart. "I want to live once more. Together with these people, I will live a different life from before." Later at the dining table, her father looked at her gently and said, "You're looking much better. Do you feel better now, Tia?" And she replied, "Yes, I'm sorry for making you worry, Fath, Papa," surprising even herself as she thought I didn't know that he would like being called Papa so much. While he smiled and said, "Anyway, I'm relieved. By the way, Tia," she answered yes, and he asked, "Can you tell me what happened at the temple?" leaving her at a loss as she thought, "Well, what can I possibly say? I died when I was 17. Because of treason. And then I open my eyes to find out I'm 10 years old again. They're all just memories in my head about the things yet to come." Before he continued, "While you fainted, God sent a new oracle. The royal palace was quite busy thanks to that. The oracle granted you a new name." Making her heart race as she thought, "A new name that was given to me by God. That means Aristia La Monique." And then he added, "And so, the Emperor wishes to see you," making her inwardly panic as she thought, "Oh dear. So this was the reward. And he said you haven't been to the palace in a long time. Do you remember?" Soon after, they arrived at the royal palace, the place she only remembered with misery and dismay, and she trembled as she thought, "The royal palace, where I only remember misery and dismay. I'm scared." Her body shivering uncontrollably until the Marquis called out Tia, yet her fear only deepened as she thought, "I feel like I can hear the mocking laughter already." Suddenly, he lifted her high into the air, causing her to cry out, "Ah!" While the soldiers reacted in shock. "Huh? Commander," gasp, and everyone flinched at the unexpected sight. Embarrassed, Aristia pleaded, Please let me down, Papa." But he calmly replied, "It's not that far, so stay still," while she thought, "But everyone is looking this way, soon." They stood before the Emperor and bowed as both said, "Greetings, Your Majesty, the sole son of the Empire. Greetings, Your Majesty, the sole son of the empire, before the presence of the 33rd emperor of the Castina Empire, Mirkan Lu Shana Castina, and alongside him stood Duke Arkant Duras, commander of the 1st Night Squadron, who said, I was hoping to discuss some matters with you all, and Duke Ruth de Verita, the chancellor, added, how convenient, since we're all here now. As the Marquis respectfully said, we await your word. Your Majesty, and Emperor Mirkan declared, I feel there are still those who wish the demise of this empire, so we must be prepared. As such, I was thinking of increasing the numbers of our soldiers and knights, repeating his intent firmly. But Arkant reacted with concern. What? Recruiting more knights is already trouble enough, but increasing taxes on top of that? Your Majesty, why do you always harass me like this? What did I do? While Mirkan complained, whenever there's a new policy like this, I'm the one who gets harassed by all the nobles. This one here is too loyal and says yes to everything, repeating his frustration and, though reluctant, Arkant finally said, I'm sure there will be opposition. But, all right, if His Majesty thinks it's fine. At that moment, Aristia's heart sank as she thought this won't work. In the past, this policy, it eventually failed and even led to a riot. The increased taxes became a burden for the common people instead of the nobles who should have paid, though. But before she could process further, the emperor suddenly said, I would like to hear what the young lady thinks of this matter. Leaving Aristia completely shocked as all eyes turned toward her, Emperor Mirkan looked at her with interest and said, I have heard much about your bright mind, Lady Tia, so what do you think of this policy? And Aristia immediately realized the situation as she thought, I see. They let me hear this on purpose. Duke Ruth is a wise chancellor. He would know the problems in this policy, yet he's staying quiet because the emperor is testing me. I already stand out because of the oracle. If I stand out any more than this, they will become more wary of me. And despite the risk, she stepped forward and said that policy should not be implemented, Your Majesty, causing Duke Arkant to question, and why so? To which she firmly replied, because the empire is expected to go through a severe drought soon. Then she continued, the empire suffers a severe drought every 30 to 40 years. The sign of that coming drought is the below-average harvest that precedes it for years, while deep inside she thought, if this policy is executed, the people of the empire will suffer from starvation for years. I know it will happen, so I must stop this. And she concluded, and this year is the beginning of the signs, making the emperor turn to Ruth and ask, what do you think? And Ruth calmly answered, what the lady has mentioned is true. There are signs of a drought coming starting this year, leaving Mirkan to murmur. However, increasing the military power of the empire is still necessary, as Aristia's mind raced in panic. Thinking, how will we do that now? I've already spoken too much, and I can't turn back. In the past, the second son of Duke Ruth came up with a new policy. I am truly sorry for him, since he was later recognized for thinking of this policy. But I must think of the people who might starve, and with resolve, she said there is a way. By taxing luxury items, tax luxury items that are not a necessity but used by nobles, the merchants will sell the goods for a price that includes the tax. And in turn the throne can collect those taxes from the merchants, making Ruth's eyes light up as he said, I see. The lady's suggestion is great, Your Majesty. Luxury items are better for showing off the more expensive they are. If we tax luxury items as the lady has suggested, we will be able to collect the funds without much opposition, and satisfied. Mirkan declared, very well. Come up with a detailed plan and execute the policy, to which she bowed and said, yes, Your Majesty. Then he added, I am truly amazed to see how brilliant you are in person, and she responded, I am honored, Your Majesty. But then his tone shifted as he said, Lady Tia, I wonder why you didn't speak your full name just now. You know what the meaning of the name is. Did you choose not to speak it because of the eyes here? Leaving her confused as she hesitated. Please, I do not understand what. Before saying no, of course not, yet Mirkan pressed further, you are a brilliant young lady. Do you dare to say that you really don't know that a middle name from God means a right to inherit the throne? And in that moment, Aristia realized the truth as she thought the emperor was no longer looking at his son's future wife. He was looking at his son's rival, the stake of an emperor. His hostile eyes looked so much like the eyes from someone in the past. And Mirkan continued, you knew that I was testing you, so why didn't you ignore it? while Arcant added, Your Majesty, if you feigned innocence and foolishness, perhaps you could have avoided my suspicion, but Aristia stood firm and said that I couldn't back down for the sake of my own safety when I knew the people of the Empire were at risk, though inside she feared the consequences, thinking a sudden appearance of a possible heir to the throne who is not a royal. Perhaps the Emperor is considering to banish me, or even House Monique. Yet Mirkan suddenly laughed lightly and said, My, looks like I've frightened the young lady too much. Do not fear, I don't think of you as a threat to the prince. This throne isn't something that can be taken simply with a name. I didn't raise my child to be such a fragile person, prompting Arcant to shout, Your Majesty. Why did you hold such a grave mood if you weren't going to do anything? And Mirkan replied calmly, Why did you hold such a grave mood if you weren't going to do anything? If I were you, I would have feigned innocence this moment, and sent word about the drought through more elusive means, before turning back to Aristia and saying your heart is too soft and kind to be a ruler, leaving her stunned as she thought I have a kind heart. I've never heard that in my life. I was always told that I'm a cold, objective person, and he continued, an emperor must take care of oneself in order to lead the empire, and so someone who willingly accepts danger is not fit to be a ruler, however. Making her ask, however, and he finished, your kind heart and brilliance that thinks of the people of this empire are perfect as an empress, and that makes me very sad this moment, causing Ruth to question, Why do you say so, Your Majesty? You all know very well why. And Mirkan explained that child grew up as the one and only heir to my throne, and because of that, he has to be the center of attention at all times. You're a brilliant young lady who was given a name by God, if you were to be praised, prompting her to interrupt, Your Majesty. But he continued, I wonder how that arrogant child will respond. At that same moment outside, a soldier announced, Your Highness. Welcome, Your Highness, lesser son of the Empire, as the Crown Prince Ruvellis arrived and said, I am here to see the Emperor. But the soldier stopped him, Your Highness. I beg your pardon. The Emperor has forbid anyone from entering at the moment. Leading him to ask who are in the audience hall right now, and the soldier replied Duke Ruth, Duke Arcant, Marquis Kyrian, and his young daughter, making Ruv realize they are discussing something important enough to forbid any entry. So why is that? Child allowed in there while I am barred from entering, and with growing irritation, he turned away in anger, thinking, right, it's not like this is the first time. Back inside, a soldier nervously said, I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. And Mirkan simply responded, Go ahead, tell me what you think, as Aristia clenched her fists tightly, her heart trembling with old memories, thinking father has always been strict to me, yet he always treats that child dearly, and with quiet determination. She finally spoke, I do not wish to be involved with the prince in any way or matter. Outside the hall, Duke Ruth spoke with admiration, saying, Your Highness, have you heard about Lady Tia? She's only 10 now, but her accomplishments are outstanding. Her etiquette and studies are all perfect to be the partner of a good ruler. And hearing this, the Crown Prince Ruvellis let out a cold scoff, saying, while inside his thoughts darkened as he thought, Lady Tia. Everyone is praising that girl wherever I go. You should just announce her as your heir instead of me. Back inside, Emperor Mirkan turned to Aristia and asked, You don't want to be involved? Why is that? While her father called out in concern, Tia, and Aristia's mind raced as she thought, I have no choice here. I can't repeat my life from the past again. Gathering her courage, she said, You can't send a girl with a right to inherit the throne to marry a different family or to another country. Yet you're worried about the future. If you announce me as the future Empress, then, aren't you planning to welcome me as a future queen? And Mirkan calmly confirmed that is correct, making her think bitterly, like father, like son. How can they be so alike? As Duke Arcant questioned, but you are the foretold partner in the oracle, are you not? While the Marquis added, We cannot be certain whether I am truly the mentioned partner or not, and Aristia explained the oracle mentions the birth of a girl. However, we do not know whether that birth means born at a moment, or if the girl is still in her mother's womb at the time. Repeating her reasoning carefully, while inside she thought, right, it's certain, because the foretold partner is not me. It's the girl loved by the god Vita, a girl who appeared from another world. I was born the year after the oracle. Jun is a year older than me. The oracle was referring to her, but nobody will believe me even if I say that now, and so she bowed her head and pleaded, please, give me some time. Your Highness, I will find another solution. Then added, if the matter is not urgent at the moment, it is better to step back and assess the situation in order to strive for the betterment of both parties. You've taught me this just a few moments ago, Your Majesty, and regardless of what you choose, I know I will remain the future wife of the prince for a while, causing Mirkin to pause and say, so you've predicted even that, while Ruth silently admired her, thinking what an amazing child. She even surmised that there will be strife among the throne and the royal factions in such a short time. If the engagement is broken now, people will speak of a disagreement between House Monique and the royal throne. And that will be a perfect excuse for the noble faction who oppose the royal throne. And Arkan too thought Kirian sure has an amazing daughter. Finally, Mirkin declared, good. The prince will have his coming-of-age ceremony in a few years. I will wait until then. While thinking this child is only 10. She will grow to be an enviable, brilliant young woman. Later, as everything ended, Aristia let out a quiet sigh and said, phew, that was exhausting. I don't think I'll ever get used to His Majesty's imposing aura. My back aches from being so nervous back there. Though worry still lingered as she thought, I've bought some time, but I don't know how long this will last. What should I do from now on? As she wondered, she suddenly found herself standing before a familiar large tree, her eyes widening as she thought this place is. And she quickly muttered, I have to go back, reminding herself it was a habit of mine to walk this place when I'm thinking. I can't be here, what if? What if I, panic rising as she thought, what if I run into someone here? She called out cautiously, who's there? Her heart pounding as she thought, in a place like this, what if I run into? When suddenly a cold voice answered, this is the Emperor's garden. This place is not open to just anyone, and the moment she heard it, her body froze as she thought, I can never forget that voice. Slowly turning, she saw the prince and trembled, thinking Prince Ruvellis. Why did he have to be here? Fear overwhelmed her as she thought, oh no. I can't let him see me. He'll definitely get mad at me. What do I do? But his sharp voice cut through her panic. Do not hide and show yourself. How impertinent. Did you not hear me? And inside she screamed, oh no. I need to avoid him first. Don't come here, please don't come this way. But as the wind suddenly blew her cap into the air, she cried out, ah, and Ruv recognized her instantly. You're the daughter of Marquis Kirian, making her heart sink as she thought that cold voice. He stepped closer and asked, your audience with the Emperor is finished? Why won't you say anything? You're being rude. I'm sure you know who I am, so why are you behaving like that? Yet she couldn't respond, her body betraying her as she thought, my mouth won't open. My hand, my body, they won't move, and as he grew more impatient, he said, are you not going to answer me? While she trembled helplessly, thinking I can't even, and finally, his voice hardened with displeasure. How disrespectful of you, as she struggled desperately, telling herself to turn away from his gaze. Ruv's voice turned sharp as he said, how absolutely insolent you are, and without waiting for a response, he continued, you think you can keep your head high simply because everyone praises you, before finally concluding, well, fine. I see there's no point in speaking to you any more than this, and just like that he passed by her, walking further away and leaving Aristia frozen in place, while her mind suddenly drifted back to memories she could not escape. Recalling his cold past words, lick my shoe. You are nothing to me. Your father is dead, the memory striking her like a blade as she stood in silence, and the scene shifted as she once again found herself in a quiet room reading when a knock came at the door, making her ask who is here, as Lena answered, it's Sir Alandis de Verita. I showed him to the guest lounge for now. How should I proceed now? And Aristia froze as she thought Alandis de Verita, the younger son of Duke Ruth de Verita. In the past, he came up with the luxury tax and became renowned as a young genius. He was one of the famous people in the Empire along with the master swordsman, Carcian de Ras. I heard he was smarter than his own father. He invented and improved several policies all by himself. I've never met him before. But I was always amazed at his talent that surpassed his renown. But now, such a person is here to see me, not my father. Panic rising as she thought, oh. When I went to the palace last time, I suggested his luxury tax to the emperor as if it was my idea. What if he already thought of the tax at this age? And what if he's here to question me about how I knew it? Be calm, Tia. Nothing is certain yet. And gathering herself, she stepped forward to meet him, saying, I've made you wait. Greetings, Sir Alandis. I am Aristia La Monique, and he politely replied, Greetings, Lady Aristia. I am Alandis de Verita. As she offered, please, have a seat, while observing him closely and thinking he has emerald eyes, the eyes of the Verita family bloodline, I think. He was 3 years older than me. And he spoke first. I'm sure this must have been a surprise for you. I should have sent word beforehand, but I couldn't wait any longer, and she replied, I see. Before he cut straight to the point, actually, I am here to ask you a question, Lady Aristia. Making her tense as she said, what is it? And he asked, do you know about the new policy that will take effect soon? And she thought he's getting to the point right away. I should act like I've at least heard of it instead of feigning ignorance, while he added, you mean the luxury tax? I've heard of it from my father. I think it's a tax for luxury items that nobles purchase. You think? That's odd. Do you not know about it? Aren't you the one who suggested it? And she panicked, that's thinking, so this is it. He knew everything from the beginning, before admitting, yes, it's true, I did, and immediately spiraling inside, what should I do? In the end, it's true that I used another's idea as if it was my own. I must apologize, but instead of anger, Alandis suddenly lit up and grabbed her hands, saying, I knew it. My guess was right. I heard you just turned 10 this year. You must be a true genius. I'm so amazed, leaving her completely stunned as she stammered, sir. While mates quietly watched the scene unfold, and he continued excitedly, that's so formal. You can just call me Alandis. May I call you by your name as well? Aristia. I haven't met any peers who I can talk to on the same level. I feel like I can discuss things with you, and she thought his smile is so bright and genuine. Before he added, so, try calling my name now, and for the first time she felt something unfamiliar, thinking nobody has ever smiled like this for me, before finally softly saying, then, Alandis, and gathering courage she asked, how did how did you know that I suggested the luxury tax? And he happily explained, that? My father started reviewing that policy one day after he came back from the palace. He looked really serious, but I've never seen him study anything like that policy before. So it's easy to assume that someone suggested it at the palace, right? And she replied, that's true, while he continued, yes. And that day, he praised you. My father is very stingy on approval, so I rarely hear him praise someone. But that day, he couldn't stop praising you for a while. It was like you were his own daughter, leaving Aristia stunned as she thought, so he wasn't here to accuse me. But still, and finally she said hesitantly, actually, the luxury tax isn't my idea. Alandis suddenly asked, what do you mean by that? And Aristia quickly panicked and said, well, I read it from a book, making him pause as he asked, really? What was the title of the book? And she nervously replied, it didn't have a title. I found the book by chance in the royal library. But when I tried to find it again, it was gone. While inside, she thought, I can't tell him that it's his idea from the future, and he simply hummed, is that so? Making her heart sink as she thought, he seems disappointed. I suppose we won't be calling each other's name now. He only did that out of respect since he thought the policy was my idea, while he calmly sipped his tea and said, I see. So it was from and she continued, thinking I was so flustered by his friendly attitude just a second ago, and now I feel disappointed too. The heart can be so fickle. Before she softly said, that's how it is, Sir Alandis, making him pause as he replied, Wait, what's this? Perhaps you thought I would take back my offer of calling each other casually because the policy isn't your idea, and she flustered, but he immediately continued, it's not important who thought of the idea first. The point is that you confidently spoke your thoughts in front of that scary emperor, before stepping closer and saying I've taken a liking to you. Either way, I understand that you're bound by certain circumstances, so here's my suggestion. When you are freed from those circumstances one day, will you marry me? And Aristia's mind exploded in shock, what? While he casually added, so. How about it? I'm quite the catch, still holding her hands as he continued, well, you'll learn more about me in due time. And she thought the genius of the century, wants to spend time with me, and even proposed to me at our first meeting? What is going on? Someone, please tell me what's happening, before he tried again so? What do I? But she firmly decided not ever. Just then Marquis Kyrian arrived, making her shout Fa, father. As the Marquis said Tia, come here, and Alandis greeted him respectfully, greetings, Marquis Kyrian. While the Marquis immediately questioned, isn't this the first time you've met my daughter? Proposing on the first day doesn't seem plausible, but Alandis confidently replied I fell for her at first sight, shocking Aristia as her father asked, you are only 13 this year, are you not? While Alandis boldly answered, love is not restricted by age, is it? Leaving Aristia panicking as she thought, what should I do? I don't think I can interfere between them. Then the Marquis said, Sir Alandis, I am not here for idle chatter, but Alandis replied, and I am not joking here, sir. I have eyes and ears as well. I know that there's a possibility that Aristia will not become the Empress, and what will everyone think if the engagement with the royal throne is called off? And the Marquis answered, people will whisper that perhaps the daughter of House Monique has a fault. Before declaring very loudly, I will not stand and watch nor allow that to happen, making Aristia think father, while Alandis continued, how will you stop nobles from talking to each other? After the engagement is called off, House Monique's reputation will plummet, and what's more, only second-rate and good-for-nothings aiming only for the title of Marquis will begin to circle her. As Aristia held her father and thought father will be humiliated because of me, I didn't think that far ahead. Then Alandis asked, what do you think, Marquis Kyrian? If you would allow me to, I will become a good shield when the time comes, as son of Duke Ruth. Our families are on the same side, while Aristia softly called out father, and the Marquis finally said my daughter's opinion comes first and foremost. And Alandis agreed, of course. Before the Marquis concluded, fine then, if you say so. I will approve of you as her friend, and not her fiancé, but only if you pass my one condition, making Alandis think condition, before suddenly shouting AF, this is bad. I need to be strong enough to defeat not just one knight, but a whole squad. I'm doomed. Surprising Aristia, who giggled hee, and he immediately panicked, don't laugh. Our family has been bad with the sword for generations. My father and brother are both bad at dancing or sports. I didn't even try because I thought I would shame myself, while she calmly said I see why House Verita has a lot of civil officers instead, and he complained if you didn't suddenly propose marriage out of the blue, then this wouldn't have happened. Before quickly apologizing, I'm sorry, Aristia. I've made a deal without even asking your opinion first, and she replied, I accept your apology, making him brighten up, thank you, Lady Aristia, while she thought Alandis. He's polite and kind, as he declared, now then, I'll have to train hard starting tomorrow. I have to be acknowledged as your friend for now, and Aristia thought he seems like a good person, while he raised his voice to celebrate to our new friendship, Aristia. I know we'll be just fine, repeating it again as if sealing it with joy, and for the first time she felt it too, thinking a friend, someone who can stand with me on equal grounds, and now I finally have one, too, before she finally smiled and said yes. I think so too. In the royal palace, Heron approached Prince Ruv and said, Your Highness, here are all the books you were looking for. The rest seem to be at the West Library. Shall I get them? But Ruv only responded with a distant ah. As servants and maids passed by, greeting him politely, Greetings, Your Highness, future son of the Empire, and then whispering among themselves, that surprised me. I ran into him this morning too. I didn't think he would still be here. Let's come back later, making Ruv pause and ask Heron normally. A noble that visits the royal palace wouldn't forget my face, or not know about me, right? And Heron immediately replied, of course. Not just the nobles. Anyone who enters this place surely knows you by appearance alone. So Ruv asked again then, why would someone refuse to greet me and instead stare at me without a word? And Heron nervously answered, pardon? Haha, that can't happen. It's impossible to enter this palace without any etiquette. Who would show such disrespect in front of you, the prince? But Ruv simply said, right, while thinking, so that girl did simply ignore me. How impudent. as elsewhere Aristia wandered through the training grounds searching for Alandis. Thinking, is Alandis not here yet? Noticing how crowded it was as she strained to see the back, when Sir League approached her and said, "Lady Aristia, good morning," making her panic as she thought, "Oh no, who is this?" And he continued, "What brings you to the training grounds?" And she hesitantly replied, "You are, Sir League," surprising him as he said, "I'm honored that you remember me," while knights around them called out, "It's been a while, my lady." "Welcome, my lady," overwhelming her as she thought, "Ion Hokya. Everyone. Good morning." Panicking internally, "I don't know who any of these knights are," and Sir League politely asked, "Are you here to see the commander?" "He's not here yet. May we help you with anything? Would you like to wait here? You came here early in the morning last time too," making her freeze as she thought that embarrassing memory, and he added, "Did you have a nightmare? Then are you all right today?" pushing her further into panic as she thought that time. "I'm so ashamed of that morning. Everyone, please forget about that. I cried so loudly in front of everyone." But Heron gently replied, "Yes, my lady. If you wish, we will be careful not to mention it from now on. Though, we don't mind seeing you like that, my lady," and she quickly said, "Please don't mind it too much," while he offered, "If you wish to observe, please take a seat here." The morning sun can still be harsh, and for the first time she thought they all seemed to be good people. Just then Alandis shouted, "Aristia, good morning. Are you here to cheer for me?" And she smiled nervously, saying, "Your training starts today, right?" "Dear best, Alandis," while he enthusiastically replied, "Yes, thank you. I'll have to work hard to be your to be your friend," causing a brief commotion as Heron called, "Everyone, gather around," and Aristia stood beside Lena as she observed quietly, thinking, "Knights, shields that guard the Empire." While Heron explained, Marquis Kyrian is the commander of the second squad of the Castina Empire, and she thought they are the shields that guard the Empire under the Lord's commands, before Alandis began showing off during training in front of her, only to suddenly freeze as Marquis Kyrian arrived and ended the display. And later that night the Marquis came to Aristia's room and knocked, where she greeted him, "Father, have some tea," and he thanked her, "Yes, thank you," before she finally gathered courage and said, "Father, I have a favor to ask," and he replied, "Go on," and she declared, "I wish to learn how to wield a sword." Aristia thought, "I wish to learn how to wield a sword," and her father immediately responded, "You can't even run without a fall. How will you hold a sword?" "I don't recommend it," but she insisted, "But I really want to learn," and he warned, "You were born with a frail body. Harsh training will only strain you even more," yet she pleaded, "I'll work really hard. I want to overcome my weak physique. To build up my strength at least, please? Can't there be some way I can learn?" making him pause before asking, "Before that, let me ask you one thing. Tia, does it have anything to do with the prince?" referring to Ruve, while she froze and replied, "That's," thinking, "It's true, but I can't tell father about all that. About what I went through before, and how I already died once. He wouldn't believe me." And he continued, "Tia, perhaps, did you remember something from before?" shocking her as she thought, "What? Remember? About what? What is father asking me about? Does father know my past? Right? I might not be the only one to return from the future. If father remembers the miserable past, just like me, then what must I do?" But he clarified, "About when you were little," and she blinked in confusion. "When I was little," realizing he meant something else as she thought, "Oh, he's talking about something else." Phew. Then she said, "What do you mean when I was little? I met the prince for the first time a few days ago at the palace." "Then I suppose not." "Never mind what I just said," and he finally asked, "So then, what is your reason?" And she blurted, "I don't want to get married, father. I just want to stay like this and live happily with you, Papa," instantly panicking as she thought, "What did I just say? At this rate, I didn't just turn back into a child's body. Even my mind is becoming childish. How could I say something so childish?" But instead of scolding, he gently called, "Tia, come here," and she stepped forward and hugged him as he said, "I thought you were all grown up now, but you're still a baby. Right? If that's what you wish for, let's do that. But I am a strict teacher, so prepare yourself," and that night ended softly with her saying, "Yes. Yes, Papa." The next morning, Lena greeted her cheerfully, "Good morning, Aristia," and she went down to the garden where Alandis greeted her enthusiastically. "Hello, Alandis," and he immediately asked, "Are you here to cheer for me today as well?" But she shook her head no, not really, making him realize so I was wrong. Before she added, "I'm going to start training today too," and he burst out really, hugging her in excitement as he shouted, "Wow, this is great," while the knights stared in disbelief thinking, "Why that little fool?" And he continued happily, "Then we can be together every morning from now on," making her panic. "Alandis, you should let go first." While she thought, "Alandis, he must have been nervous all by himself here." "Right, I'm really nervous too," as the knights froze in awkward silence behind them until Marquis Kyrian arrived, stepped in and separated them by holding both their shoulders, saying, "What are you doing, Sir Alandis?" And he quickly explained, "I didn't mean anything more, sir. I was just happy to learn together with Aristia." But the Marquis shut it down enough. "You can start by running 30 laps. Tia, 10 laps for you," shocking him into silence as he thought, Under everyone's stares, Alandis awkwardly laughed and said, "Looks like I'm not very welcomed at the moment," while Aristia worried, "Will I be able to finish 10 laps? Struggling as she ran huff. He encouraged her, "You can do it, Aristia," while she gasped, "My legs are going to give out." At the same time, at the Ras estate, Duke Arkant returned home where his wife greeted him. "Oh my, what's this? You've come unusually early today," and he replied, "I'm back, my dear. I want to spend some time with my dear wife once in a while," making her tease him, so smooth with words. "Yet you always neglect me otherwise." Before asking, "I heard you had an audience with the Emperor. Is he in good health?" referring to Emperor Mirkan Lushana Castina, and he answered the same as ever. "He's always been strong. Though, he seems to miss his younger sister that he hasn't seen in a while," surprising her as she said, "Really? How unusual." And he added, "Of course, you're the only family His Majesty has left," before suggesting, "How about visiting the palace sometime soon?" And she replied, "Well, I do wish to. But I'm busy these days, and my body feels heavy." But suddenly the door burst open and Mother appeared, making Arkant freeze as he shouted, "Mother! Mother!" Arkant shouted loudly, asking if his brother was back yet, saying he had promised to buy him a new horse to ride, but his mother immediately corrected him, saying, "Sane, a duke's son shouldn't be so inelegant," while Arkant's wife gently reminded him to mind his manners, just as Sane suddenly shouted in excitement, "Oh, you're back, father," prompting his mother to ask if he was even listening to her at all, to which he quickly replied, "Yes, I'm sorry," before his father calmly explained that Kajin would be late today, but had sent the horse ahead, so it should be arriving soon. Hearing this, Sane excitedly declared that he was going to welcome it now, saying he couldn't wait and wanted to see it immediately, rushing off despite his mother sighing in exasperation and calling him a child, telling him not to run inside the house like that and reminding him not to speak so improperly, before suddenly shouting, "Stop, Sane! Sane!" Carcian de Ras, while his father, watching the scene, thought to himself that she had quite a temper too, "My dear," before remarking aloud that it was good the boy was healthy, though his liveliness might be too much to handle. To which she replied that it was because he took after a certain somebody, leading him to suggest that it might be better for him to visit the palace and be a playmate for the prince, asking if she didn't think so. Which made her pause before asking if he was actually suggesting that. And he calmly explained that she was the one and only royal princess and younger sister of His Majesty the Emperor, which made her the prince's aunt, Ernia Shana de Ras, first princess and Duchess Ernia, and that since Sane and the prince were practically cousins, there was no need to be wary of disapproving eyes, asking if that wasn't true, though she sharply questioned who exactly was being wary of whom, while he simply concluded that if that wasn't the case, then visiting the palace once in a while should be fine later. As Ernia walked through the palace hall, she thought bitterly to herself, "Ugh, that snake. He's starting to take after my brother. He knows everything. Yet he says something like that. Have Sane spend time with the prince? That won't do, cousins or not." When suddenly Rove greeted her, saying, "Duchess Ernia," making her think here he comes, before she politely greeted him, calling him the dear prince and future son of the empire. And he responded that it had been a while and asked what brought her there today, to which she explained that she was now an outsider as a married woman and had simply come to see how the family was doing since she hadn't visited in a long time, adding that she wouldn't stay long, but he told her not to put it like that, assuring her that his father would be delighted if she visited often, prompting her to thank him for his kind words before asking if he had finished reading all those books, remarking that the history books were known to be difficult even for grown-ups to comprehend, to which he replied that he had always been reading them, while Sane added proudly that with this, the prince had finished all the books in the royal palace, leading her to say how amazing though. She thought to herself, well, before adding aloud that in terms of simply reading words, that was, causing the prince to respond that she need not hesitate if she wished to say something, but she feigned politeness, saying, oh no, how could she dare do such a thing? Though he reassured her not to worry, reminding her that she was in fact his aunt, Duchess Ernia, and hearing that, she finally spoke frankly, saying then please excuse her as she would share her opinion as his aunt, criticizing him. By saying that to think he would be satisfied just by finishing those books, she could not hide her disappointment at his laziness, dear prince, which caused Sane to shout in protest, only to be stopped as the prince calmly asked, is that how I seem? And she answered yes, explaining that at his age, his majesty had excelled not only in books, but also in strength and physique, and had always said it was nothing special, especially for someone who would rule the empire, adding that it seemed he still had a long way ahead of him, especially if he did not wish to tarnish the reputation of the late Empress prior, saying she would only be proud in the heavens if he worked hard, before continuing that in any case, he was the only child and heir of His Majesty now, though she casually added that it was probably fine, mentioning that the young lady from House Monique, who was to be his fiancée, was quite amazing, apparently the one who suggested the luxury tax, and that His Majesty must be relieved to know such an excellent empress would support him in the future, saying it must be quite a relief to know, after which Sane tried to comfort the prince, saying, my prince, please don't mind that, you're already doing more than. But the prince suddenly shouted that she said it's not enough, before Sane quietly admitted that there was not even a single day when he was not compared with her. Elsewhere, Aristia trained with a wooden sword, shouting hup, hup, while Alandis watched her and thought to himself, what is the difference between her and I? What makes her so different? While practicing, Aristia suddenly cried out in pain, saying ouch, which made Alandis immediately rush to her side and ask what was wrong, Aristia, and she explained that her hands were stinging, prompting him to tell her to take off her gloves, only to gasp softly upon seeing her condition, saying, oh no, all your blisters opened up. How did you bear with this until now? It must have hurt. Just as Lena hurried over in panic, calling my lady and insisting she needed treatment right away, but Alandis gently intervened, saying, oh, I'll do it. Here, give me your hand, warning her that it would sting, but asking her to bear with it a bit more, to which Aristia quietly replied all right, before he suggested she take a break from training while her hands healed, as Lena stood nearby, blushing while watching them. Yet Aristia firmly refused, saying, no, I can't take a break. Just for this, surprising Alandis, who remarked that she was suddenly even more energetic, reminding her that she had collapsed after running only 2 laps just a while ago, to which she playfully replied, you too, Alandis. As the others muttered pathetically weak stamina, before Aristia excitedly revealed that it was actually because her father had given her a sword, making Alandis react with surprise, asking, really? The Marquis? And she nodded happily, saying yes, although it's a sword for children, but it was the first time her father had given her anything, so she would have been happy no matter what it was, which led Alandis to comment that she really liked Marquis Kyrian, didn't she? Leaving him momentarily confused as Lena suddenly shouted loudly at Sir League, asking if he had seen their lady's hands, and how he could make her train until her delicate hands turned into such a state, but League responded calmly that it was normal in the beginning, explaining that the blisters would burst several times, and she wouldn't be able to handle a sword properly until they turned into calluses, insisting that of course her hands would be hurt from training, and that was why he hadn't wanted her to start in the first place. While Lena argued back that their lady's health had always been delicate since birth and questioned how he could make her train like others who had always been healthy, but League firmly replied that it was because the commander had ordered them not to go easy on her, which only made Lena call him stubborn and cruel, asking if he was always like that, to which League retorted that a knight who protects the Empire cannot go soft and easy, angrily adding that if boiling would soften someone, then she needed 10 more days in hot water, causing Aristia to step in and calm Lena, telling her not to get mad, while Alandis echoed the same, and Aristia gently reassured Lena that she was all right, explaining that she had started this because she wanted to, apologizing for making her worry and thanking her, which moved Lena to tears as she cried, "My lady," lamenting how such a young and delicate lady would put herself through such hardship before hugging her tightly and declaring she would ask the chef for an extra special nutritious meal, when suddenly a loud scream echoed, Aya, making League shout what's wrong, as Heron rushed in saying someone had been injured during practice, and that both the commander and captain were not there, prompting Aristia to quickly order Lena to call the doctor. Hurrying to the injured person and asking if he was all right and how deep the wound was, while he weakly replied, "I'm fine. This is, ugh," as League instructed to stop the bleeding first, and Aristia, seeing the severity, worriedly asked if he was really all right since he was bleeding so much, while he groaned in pain, and she urged him not to move, though he insisted he was fine and it was nothing, but she reassured him that a doctor had been called and asked him to bear with it a little more, telling him he must wait inside the mansion first. As in his fading consciousness, everyone imagined Aristia as an angel, while she gently encouraged him to return to the arms of Vita with her, and the injured man, overwhelmed, thought he was being welcomed by an angel, causing her to panic and cry out, "Kaya, please hang on." Yet he weakly murmured that he had had a good life. Later that day, as he rested in bed, he told the doctor that he had seen an angel, to which the doctor dryly replied to hang on because it was too early for that. While Aristia reflected that she hadn't known people could get injured like that during training, and Alandis responded that indeed, asking if she had been surprised, before reminding her they should finish treating her hands as well, making her suddenly realize she had forgotten in the commotion and thank him, saying she was all right now, but he pointed out that her gloves were worn out and offered his own, saying they were sturdy and protective and that she should use them for a while, which made her hesitate as she held them and asked what about him, whether his hands were all right, to which he jokingly replied no, not at all, that he felt like he was going to die and his hands were so worn he couldn't even hold a fork properly after training, making her begin to protest. But he cut her off, saying that it pained him more to see her suffer and that it would be pointless if she collapsed before mastering the sword, leading her to softly call his name and say they both had to work hard, to which he agreed enthusiastically, while she quietly wondered how he could be so kind, questioning if she had ever known anyone so considerate before or if she herself had ever treated someone like that, realizing that being considerate and kind had once only been a means to achieve her goals, and acknowledging that Alandis had taught her many things later. As he looked outside the window and saw the snow falling, he called her over, saying, "Aristia, look, it's the first snow," and as she gazed at it, she thought about how it was the first season she had experienced since coming back in time, softly saying it was so pretty and that it was already winter, reflecting that every day felt new and peaceful. When Alandis suddenly asked what she liked, leaving her confused as she repeated the question and asked if he meant a color or food or something like that, but he simply said anything she could think of, and after pondering, she admitted his question was abstract before saying that if she had to choose, she supposed she liked snow, and when he asked why, she first said because it was pretty, then added that it looked warm and soft and somehow sweet, making him thoughtfully repeat white as snow, warm and sweet, which led her to ask why he was asking, and he simply replied that it was a secret. 3 months later, Alandis approached Aristia with excitement and said, "It's my gift, Aristia," making her curiously ask, "What's this?" And he replied that it was the thing she said she liked last time, which made her pause and think, "What I like? Wasn't that already several months ago?" I think I answered as the snow. Would there be snow in a box like this? But as she opened it, her eyes widened in amazement as she exclaimed, "Wow. It's so pretty. Snow-white chocolate," and Alandis proudly explained that she had said she liked something white, warm, and sweet as snow, so he made it, leaving her astonished as she said she had never seen this before and wondered if chocolate could really be made in white too. To which he confidently replied that it hadn't existed before, but he invented it, since chocolate perfectly fit the conditions she described, making her think in awe that he had invented this and that he was a genius before. Thanking him sincerely and saying it was so precious she didn't even know how she could eat it, but he encouraged her to enjoy it as much as she wanted because he had one more thing, which confused her until he dramatically declared that the other gift would be him, boasting that his skin was white, his heart was warm and could even be hot at times, and that he was also sweet, calling himself a sweet boy, which made her flustered as she said, "Alandis, you're really..." But he cut in playfully, telling her to say dash, while she protested that she could feed herself and that it was embarrassing, though he insisted, saying, "Come on, just once, think of all the work I did to make this," making her sigh and give in. Thinking he was so sly and that she couldn't refuse when he said that, and after tasting it, he eagerly asked if she liked it, to which she smiled and replied, "Yes, it's everything that I wished for. Thank you, Alandis," while unbeknownst to them, others were watching from behind the door, and she later reflected that this moment was the beginning of everything. That evening, as Aristia entered, she was stunned by the sight before her and asked in confusion, What is all of this, everyone?" Only for everyone to cheer Tata and explain that they were gifts for her because they had heard she liked something white, warm, and sweet, shocking her as she asked how they knew, while they eagerly said they had each prepared something of their own and began arguing over which one she would choose, insisting she would pick their cake, or that a scarf couldn't be sweet even if it was white and warm, while another argued that its color alone made it look sweet and warm, and that white lace was the truest representation of a young lady's dreams, leaving her overwhelmed as she stepped away, sighing, "Phew, that surprised me," and wondering how it had suddenly happened, questioning if someone had overheard her conversation with Alandis. When Lena suddenly appeared and called out, "My lady dash," popping a party popper and presenting cotton candy, proudly saying it was the masterpiece all the maids had made together because they heard she liked something white, warm, and sweet, and Aristia awkwardly thanked her, saying it was sweet too, right? Only for more servants to rush in one after another, each offering their own version of something white and sweet, making her think in disbelief just how many people had heard their conversation and lament internally that she hadn't even started afternoon training yet but was already exhausted. Just then, the Marquis arrived, calling Tia, and she turned to greet him along with Alandis, asking if he had a safe trip, to which he replied yes, making her think in relief that this would finally be over now that her father was here. But to her surprise, he handed her a gift, saying he had heard she wanted something white, warm, and sweet and had thought about it for a while, hoping it was what she wished for. And upon opening it, she exclaimed, "Wow, it's white tea. Thank you, Papa," though she couldn't help but think, "Oh dear, even father," as Lena then eagerly asked which gift she liked the most and urged her to answer honestly, joined by others insisting she choose one, while the Marquis quietly observed, making Aristia panic internally as she realized this could become troublesome if she said something carelessly, attempting to say just every. But Alandis quickly interrupted, saying she couldn't say something like everything, which made her think don't be so quick to notice. And after struggling, she finally admitted that she truly appreciated all the gifts everyone had given her, but explained that the chocolate had been made by Alandis over months of careful development and that he was the one who first asked her what she liked, concluding that the chocolate, which made Alandis burst with joy, shouting that he knew she would choose his. while the Marquis, Lena, and League all looked visibly depressed, and Alandis excitedly grabbed her hands, thanking her and saying she was the only one who acknowledged his hard work, explaining how hard he had worked with the chef to develop it, as the others watched in fury, prompting Aristia to tease him, saying that he had once been so confident he would defeat a whole squad one day, yet it seemed he had so much free time he could even develop chocolate, which made the Marquis declare he would take that as his wish to train even harder starting tomorrow. Shocking Alandis, as he tried to protest there was a misunderstanding, while League added they would all help train the young Duke and Lena declared they would beat him next year, leaving Aristia thinking in disbelief that they were doing this again next year, and as time passed, it was said that after several years, people in the Castina Empire began giving white chocolate to the person they loved, marking the beginning of how White Day came to be, believe it or not. Later, Lena gently told His Highness he should rest a bit, while Ruv noticed Heron holding something and asked what it was, and Heron replied it was chocolate prepared to relieve stress, which made Ruv question him since he despised sweets, but Heron reassured him that he had considered that and asked the chefs to make it less sweet. And as Ruv tasted it, Heron asked how it was, to which he simply replied it's bitter. Ruv stood alone in the garden beneath a tree, quietly rubbing his eyes, when his aunt approached him and gently called out, "Your Highness, it's such a nice day, so why do you look so sad? Would you like to go on a walk with me?" "Well, Your Highness," and after a brief pause, he reached out, held her hand, and softly replied, "All right." And in that moment, as sunlight filtered through the lonely, shadowy branches, he thought to himself that it reminded him of Jeremiah La Monique, a faint ray of light in solitude. Later that night, as his aunt lay weakly on her bed, Ruv rushed in and called out, "Your Highness," but she weakly spoke, calling my daughter, "Tia, please I hope, you will take care of her," causing him to panic as he shouted, "Marchioness, with you." But she reassured him faintly that she knew she would be safe, and he desperately pleaded, "Please, wake up. Marchioness Jeremiah." "Marchioness Jeremiah," his voice breaking as others rushed in calling, "Your Highness," while Heron asked if he was all right, to which Ruv quietly responded, "Yes," as he suddenly realized it had all been a dream, waking abruptly and muttering that it seemed he had dozed off for a moment, when Heron informed him that the Emperor had sent a message requesting his presence for afternoon tea, surprising Ruv as he remarked that his father usually only called him when necessary and wondered what had gotten into him today, though his thoughts drifted back to Marchioness Jeremiah, reflecting that it had already been more than 5 years since then, and she was no longer there, questioning why he had dreamed of such a distant memory. As he walked further, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure and thought, "That's her daughter. Why is she here?" Observing that she looked just like her mother except for her silver hair, which he found almost annoying, even noting that her expression didn't seem to fit her age, and as he approached, he coldly questioned her, saying, Why have you come here again?" Thinking to himself that she was quite disrespectful and wondering if she dared to claim she didn't know who he was, while Aristia hesitated before softly replying, "Your Highness," which made him remark that at least she was answering this time before asking again why she was there, and she nervously explained that she had come because His Majesty had requested her presence, which made him realize that her father had been the reason behind this unusual summons. Thinking that this explained everything, before coldly commenting that it sounded like this would be an uncomfortable meeting and that a cup of tea should suffice, all while acknowledging to himself that she was his fiancée, as a maid served tea to both of them. Ruv silently observed her trembling and thought, why is this child trembling so much? Like a rabbit thrown in front of a predator, questioning what he had ever done to her, when suddenly, in her nervousness, Aristia spilled the tea on herself and cried out, "Ah!" startling the maid, as those around them reacted with visible anger at the incident. Aristia, flustered and trembling, quickly bowed her head and stammered, "Why, Your Highness, I'll take my leave first," before turning away in haste, while Ruv silently turned and walked forward, and Heron hurried after him, asking if he had any burns since his clothes had been stained, but Ruv curtly replied, "It's fine," though inwardly he thought, how am I supposed to talk with someone like her? She took everything that I couldn't have no matter how hard I tried, and she doesn't even remember taking any of it, while elsewhere Aristia struggled to steady herself, thinking, why can't I calm down? I thought I already accepted this new life. Yet the memory lingered, red, just like blood. Perhaps I'm still not free from the pain of my past, and letting out a small breath, she said, phew, just as Alandis approached her cheerfully, saying, good job, Aristia, and after exchanging greetings, he noticed her condition, remarking that the heat must have been exhausting for her and that she seemed even more exhausted than him, asking if something had happened at the palace last time, but she quickly denied it, saying no, nothing happened. Though he pointed out that she had been lost in her thoughts all day, making her think, why can't you just pretend to not notice? And though he didn't press further, he gently told her it was fine if she didn't want to say anything, but reminded her that she could rely on him whenever she needed someone, because for her, he would always be willing to help, which made her think gratefully, Alandis, thank you, you're such a good friend, really, as he casually changed the mood, complaining about the heat and saying he might faint from dehydration, prompting her to suggest they take a break inside, which he happily accepted, thanking her for the invitation, but just then Sir League called out to her, asking for a moment of her time. So Alandis excused himself to wait inside while Aristia turned to League and asked what it was, and with a serious expression, he warned her not to get too close to Sir Alandis, confusing her as she asked what he meant, and he explained that he was suspicious of Alendis's reasons for training there, and that even though they were of the same faction, Alandis came from a house of officers, which often clashed with the knights, reminding her that political relations could be harsh and that if she let her feelings cloud her judgment, she might be betrayed later, urging her to be careful. Which left her conflicted as she thought what he said is right, but Alandis is, when Lena suddenly chimed in, telling her not to mind Sir League either and warning that he might put her through even harsher training next time, calling him a cold-blooded and merciless knight, leaving Aristia internally torn as she admitted that League was right and that she needed to be careful not to stand out right now. Yet she still hesitated. Soon after, she returned inside where Alandis greeted her warmly, and she responded quietly before praising the tea he had brewed, saying it was the best, which made him smile and say he was glad she liked it, while she thought to herself that Alandis was a genius and that his family had been ministers for generations, and that even though he was training now, in the end he would become an administrative official, just as he suddenly asked what she was thinking about again, making her quickly brush it off before asking him what he wanted to be when he grew up, and after a moment, he admitted he hadn't decided yet but would probably work as an administrative official, saying that while learning the sword was fun, he found using his mind more interesting, confirming her thoughts as she replied, I see. Though internally she realized they could only spend time like this while they were young, and that once he grew up and began attending social gatherings, they would eventually drift apart. Noticing her expression, he asked if she was disappointed that he didn't want to become a knight, and she quickly denied it, but he teased her, saying she was, and that she felt lonely, making her protest and tell him not to tease her. While she silently acknowledged that Sir League had been right and wondered since when she had started thinking about Alandis so much, deciding she needed to keep her distance from him, trying to change the subject, she suddenly pointed out a book and asked about it, and he recognized it, explaining that it was a story about a lady and her knight's oath from old fairy tales, describing it as a knight's oath to a lady, which made her think about how a knight swore loyalty to his lord and never-ending love to his lady, though such things now only existed in old stories, and when he asked what she thought about it, she hesitated before saying it all sounded like a dream, thinking that it had nothing to do with her and was merely a fairy tale, but as he softly called her name, Aristia, she looked at him, and in that quiet moment, Alandis leaned closer to her. Alandis softly called her name, Aristia, and she looked at him in confusion, replying Alandis, when he suddenly said that she was quite selfish, catching her off guard as she asked what he meant, and he continued, questioning if she wanted a knight who would only look up to her, saying he hadn't expected that, prompting her to deny it, saying that's not true, but he calmly replied that it wasn't a bad thing, only that an oath of eternal love seemed too difficult. Then began to question. What would happen if two people loved each other but couldn't be together, asking what a knight should do if he fell in love with the same person his lord loved, whether he would break his oath if commanded to give her up or abandon his loyalty for love. And what if that person already had someone they loved, wondering if it was truly possible to keep such a beautiful oath forever, before finally asking what she would do if she were the lady, whether she could choose, leaving her overwhelmed as. She admitted she didn't know and didn't understand something like that, while he concluded that all of it had nothing to do with him now, and she thought to herself that it was just an old fairy tale that couldn't always be beautiful, asking him to stop talking about it as she realized that sometimes Alandis struck right where it hurt the most without warning, and when he casually suggested playing chess, she silently thought she really needed to keep some distance from him, but he quickly noticed her mood and asked if she was upset because of what he said, making her realize how perceptive he was as she replied that she simply had a lot to think about, though she immediately regretted it, thinking it made it sound like she really wanted a knight. And she awkwardly tried to clarify, telling him not to misunderstand and that she just thought it was a pitiful fairy tale, though even she felt it sounded like an excuse. Yet suddenly Alandis brightened and declared he had decided something, saying that if she wished to be a lady, then he couldn't help but do this, confusing her as she asked what he meant, and he explained that while he couldn't become a real knight, he could at least do this much for his precious friend, leaving her startled as she asked what he was doing. But before she could stop him, he solemnly declared that he, Alandis de Verita, would promise to Aristia La Monique to forever serve her as his lady, asking if she would accept his oath. And in that moment, her thoughts spiraled as she wondered why he was suddenly doing this and what he wanted from her, telling herself she shouldn't accept it and that she had to refuse. Yet as she met his expectant gaze, she found herself unable to do so, despite just thinking she needed distance, and in the end, she softly said "I do," which filled him with joy as he declared he was honored and excitedly said that now she was truly his lady, while she quietly thought that she would just leave things as they were for now, hoping that even if this moment faded with time, she could remember this pure feeling that had long disappeared within her through him a little longer. As he cheerfully remarked that he had first met her last spring and now finally felt like they had grown closer, teasing that she hadn't really grown much since then, which made her retort that the same went for him, and he laughed, repeating her words before noting that they still had years ahead of them, for years until his coming of age. And 5 for her, reminding her that boys came of age at 18 and girls at 16, which made her pause in thought, and as he looked at her, he gently said that he hoped she would grow up soon, my lady. 1 year ago, the Marquis called out to his daughter, saying, "Tia, take this," as Aristia looked at the object in surprise and thought a sword, while he explained that he had it prepared since she would need one as she learned how to wield a sword. And she hesitantly thanked him, saying "Thank you, Papa," while he quietly wondered if she didn't like it, just as the surrounding soldiers began murmuring and then suddenly protested, calling out "Commander," and when he asked what it was and told them to speak up if they had something to say, they stared at him suspiciously before blurting out that he had given her a sword for her birthday, pointing out that she was only 10 years old, with Arkant adding that even his own children, who loved fighting, would still ask for something other than a sword, to which the Marquis calmly replied that he hadn't known that and couldn't help it, though it was clear he was being scolded by his soldiers, and he tried to justify himself by saying that she had been training a lot, so he thought she would like a sword, but Arkant pointed out that it was because he had rarely spoken to his daughter for so long, and that he couldn't blame anyone but himself, though he softened his tone, telling him not to be too upset and that he could start getting to know her better now, while the Marquis quietly wondered if perhaps she might secretly like it, not just a little, but a lot, and now, in the present moment, he once again called her, saying Tia. Congratulations on your 11th birthday, which surprised her as she questioned what, and he reminded her that tomorrow was her birthday and that this was her present, making her think about how it was indeed her birthday. Yet, she had already lived to be 17 in her past life and now found herself holding a doll, something she had never even played with before, leaving her unsure how to respond as he handed it to her, and she thought, what should I do with this? While he assumed she didn't like it and admitted that the knights had said girls her age would like dolls, concluding that he must have gotten it wrong again, but she quickly reassured him, saying, No, Papa. I really like it. This is amazing. I'm so happy. Thank you, Papa, which relieved him as he said he was glad and then asked if she would like to go outside with him, to which she happily agreed, though as they walked, she could feel people staring at her from behind and realized he had actually brought her to work rather than on a walk, making her internally panic that she should have left the doll at home and that everyone must be staring because she was holding something so childish. Yet when she looked at him and saw how happy he seemed, she thought that maybe it didn't matter after all. Just then Kajin suddenly called out Commander, rushing over and saying they needed his presence as the assistant of the second squad, Kajin Duras, reported that there had been an accident during training and that it had become complicated, explaining that he had done what he could, but there was only so much he could handle with his authority, prompting the Marquis to respond that he understood and would go immediately before telling Aristia to go ahead and wait inside and asking if she knew the way to his office, to which she replied yes and told him to take care, while Kajin added that there had also been an announcement about an inspection that day, and after the Marquis acknowledged it and left, Aristia reflected that he was busy as soon as he arrived, yet he had still prepared a present for her, and then suddenly realized that he had given her a small sword around the same time last year as well, wondering if that had also been a birthday present, and noting that in the Empire it was normal not to celebrate birthdays before adulthood, yet he had ignored that custom twice now, making her heart swell as she thought, Papa, for me. Hugging the doll tightly and deciding she would treasure it carefully since he had prepared it just for her, resolving to keep it with her at all times and ask Lena what she could do with it once she returned. But in that moment, as she walked, Ruv suddenly appeared and accidentally slammed into her, knocking her to the ground, and as she fell, he immediately said, I'm sorry. Aristia froze the moment she saw him and thought in shock Prince Ruvellis, him again, of all people, as Heron immediately stepped forward and reminded her that she was before the royal prince and must pay her respects, prompting her to panic and bow quickly, saying, Forgive me, greetings, future son of the, but in her nervousness she stumbled and cried out Kaya. Oh no, her mind going blank as she thought, what did I just do? And she hurriedly apologized again, begging for forgiveness and saying she had shown such disgrace, convinced he wouldn't forgive her and that he must be angry, because he had always been angry at her. Yet when she carefully looked up, she realized in confusion that he wasn't mad, and instead he calmly asked where Marquis Kyrian was, saying he wasn't inside, to which she nervously explained that there had been an accident during training and he had gone to check, and Ruv simply replied that he would wait since he was already there. Later, as they sat in the lounge waiting, Aristia's thoughts spiraled as she wondered why this kept happening, how she always ran into him whenever she visited the palace, and how the prolonged silence was far too much to handle, silently pleading for her father to hurry, until she finally tried to speak, calling Your Highness, only for him to respond shortly, HNG, making her hesitate as she thought he might get angry now, but instead he remarked that she still liked those kinds of dolls, leaving her confused as she repeated pardon, and wondered what he meant by still, while he simply scoffed, and before she could ask further, the Marquis arrived and greeted him, followed by Ruth, and Ruv explained that he was there under the Emperor's command to oversee matters, prompting the Marquis to guide him for inspection, while Ruth suddenly noticed the doll in Aristia's hands and commented in surprise, saying it was rare to see her with something like that, noting that she had always been mature but now looked her age, which made Aristia think it was because she had already lived for 19 years, as Ruth continued praising her, recalling how she had suggested the luxury tax when she was only 10 years old and calling it amazing, adding that thanks to her they could prepare for the coming drought in advance, to which Aristia humbly replied that it was good news and that others, or even the prince, would have noticed eventually without her, earning further praise for her humility. Yet as she spoke, she suddenly felt a gaze on her and wondered why he was looking at her like that, while Ruth declared that she was brilliant and a blessing to the empire, asking if he agreed. And Ruv responded with a faint smile that it was quite so and that he was happy to have such a brilliant fiancé, even laughing lightly, but Aristia immediately sensed the truth behind that smile, thinking that it was the expression he wore when he disliked something, and wondered if no one else had noticed the coldness behind it as even. The air seemed to chill around him. Noticing her pale expression, the Marquess asked what was wrong, and she quickly insisted she was all right, though he turned to Ruv and requested permission to leave, saying his daughter had not been feeling well, which Ruv granted without objection, and as they left, Aristia's thoughts churned with confusion and pain, questioning why he always looked at her with such hatred and resentment, wondering what she had ever done to him when he had been the one to torment and neglect her, asking herself why he was the one showing such an expression when she should have been the one to resent him. Later that night, she trained relentlessly, striking a sculpture again and again as she pushed herself, thinking faster, I must get stronger. I must become stronger in order to escape the royal palace. Before June appears in this world, unaware that Alindis was quietly watching her from a distance. But in her haste her foot slipped and she fell, crying out Kaya, and Alindis immediately rushed to her side, asking if she was all right, while she quickly insisted yes. This is nothing. Yet he looked at her seriously and called her name, asking why she was so anxious and saying she looked like someone being chased, which made her hesitate as she thought of course I would look like that. Because I'm training like a mad person afraid of getting caught, but she couldn't say it, and he quietly acknowledged that she still couldn't tell him, though he reassured her that it was no secret she had worked hard, calling her diligent and saying he was sure she would achieve what she aimed for, adding that if she wished, she could rely on him any time, which made her softly call his name, Alindis, before she leaned on him and thought about how kind he was. Realizing that in the past no one had been kind to her and that she herself had only thought of her own survival, wondering if things might have been different if she had opened her heart back then, and as time passed, the new year arrived, and an opera was held to celebrate Emperor Merkin's 25th year, where the emperor laughed warmly, saying it had been a while since he had watched a play like that and asking how she had been, to which Aristia politely replied she had been well thanks to his grace, and he encouraged her to enjoy the opera, remarking that the Marquess had to watch it alone even though he himself had called her to sit there, making her glance toward her father as she thought of him, while the emperor then noted that her family was quite small, consisting of only her and the Marquess, and when she confirmed it, he spoke of her mother's early passing with regret, saying it was such a pity and that it would have been a blessing if the Marchioness had lived longer, recalling how it felt like only yesterday that he had last seen her, which left Aristia uncertain as she wondered how to respond. Realizing she didn't remember anything about her mother since everyone, even her father, avoided the topic, and she felt no longing because of that, questioning how she had answered such things in her past life before returning in time. But before she could dwell further, the emperor suddenly changed the topic and mentioned that he had heard she had entered the palace looking quite lovely last time, confusing her until he elaborated that she had been holding a doll almost as big as herself, adding that rumors had spread starting from the second squadron, which shocked her as she wondered how even the emperor had heard such a thing, while others recalled the moment fondly, and the emperor laughed, saying he knew everything that happened in the palace and that it was a pity he hadn't seen it himself, before casually mentioning that he had heard she met the prince and turning to him, asking if she had been as lovely as the rumors claimed, and Ruv replied simply that she was, which made her feel uneasy as she tried to understand what he meant, recalling that she had seen that expression on his face before June appeared, when he had been indifferent and only occasionally hostile, not yet filled with the deep resentment she remembered. Leaving her. To wonder when everything had started to go wrong and what exactly he had hated about her, before the Emperor's voice rose again as the opera reached its climax, declaring that the future son to succeed the holy blood had been born. Snapping her attention back as she realized they were watching the play, and as the narration continued, speaking of a holy partner sent by God to accompany him, she was suddenly struck with shock as she realized that role referred to her, questioning whether the Emperor had invited her knowing this, while the play continued to proclaim the Empire's prosperity and blessings upon the child of prophecy, and in that moment, Aristia sat frozen in overwhelming realization. The chandelier suddenly crashed down from above. The prince immediately turned to the Emperor and asked, "Father, are you hurt anywhere?" The Emperor replied, "I'm fine." Then he looked toward the prince and Arista and asked, "Are you all right, my son?" And Lady Arista's heart sank as she stared at the shattered chandelier. "Oh no, just when we were about to link hands. This is like a sign saying the two of us should never be together." A chill ran through her. Is this an omen that the same past will be waiting for me again in the future? Or is this God ridiculing me for my feeble attempt to stray from my fate? Around them, the guests erupted into uneasy whispers. "Oh my, did you just see that? The chandelier, just when they were about to. What blasphemy." Perhaps this is an omen about an ominous marriage. Both the Emperor and the prince heard the murmurs spreading through the hall. Before the atmosphere could grow darker, the presenter quickly stepped onto the stage and declared, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, and dear honored guests, even a fabulous chandelier can only shy away and lower its face in the presence of the holy sun and moon. So to the royal majesty and the future sun and moon, may there be everlasting prosperity." Applause filled the hall as the guests looked toward the Emperor. Arista forced herself to remain calm, but her thoughts would not settle. Will they think the same? Or do they feel it is ominous, just as I do? No, what does it matter? As long as he hates me as he did in the past, the same thing will happen. Then there is only one future for me. I must avoid the fate tied to him at all costs. That night, while she slept, Arista heard a familiar voice calling through the darkness. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, you must wake up. I have an urgent matter to attend to at the borders." Another voice answered in confusion, "What? Why so suddenly?" Then her father's voice spoke gently. "Please wait for me. I will come back soon to take you home, Papa." "Home? What do you mean home?" "This is our home, Papa." "What are you talking about?" Her father continued, "So you must stay strong and stay well until then." Panic gripped her chest. "Where are you going without me?" The voice echoed again, "Do you understand, Your Highness?" And then, faintly, the Queen. Arista flinched and cried out, "Father." She jolted upright in bed, now in her adult body, her hand stretched desperately toward the ceiling. Father, wait. No, don't go. Father, please don't go without me." Her eyes snapped open. Her outstretched hand trembled in the empty room. A dream. The door opened and Lena stepped inside. "My lady, are you awake?" "The Lord is." She stopped abruptly when she saw Arista's pale face. "Oh dear, Lady Arista, what's wrong? You're so pale. Are you feeling ill?" Arista immediately asked. "What about my father?" Lena answered, "The Lord is speaking with Duke Errant right now." "Duke Errant? What for at this early hour?" "I have a bad feeling about this." Without waiting any longer, Arista hurried to the room where her father and Duke Errant were speaking. The Duke noticed her first and said, "Oh, the young lady is here just in time." Arista asked nervously, Did something happen?" Her father rose from his seat. "Tia." He stopped himself before saying anything more. "Papa, what's wrong? What in the world happened?" After a heavy pause, he said, "Tia, it looks like Papa has to go on an expedition to another land." "An expedition?" "Papa, the Knight Commander, going on an expedition? But why so suddenly?" Duke Errant sighed and explained, "It's really troublesome. Do you remember the bad harvest you mentioned before? It looks like it's going to begin this year, and on a bigger scale at that." Arista frowned. "A bad harvest? But I heard the Empire was preparing for that in advance. Of course that is the case, the Duke replied, but there are always those who refuse to listen. Carcian added grimly, certain lords have disobeyed their orders and have resorted to plundering. As such, the people of those lands are resisting and are starting to riot. A royal order has been issued to send knights to subdue the riots and oversee the relief work. Arista's expression darkened as realization struck her. A riot, so it happened in the end. Due to the worsening situation, her father revealed that he would be proceeding together with the entire second squad. All of them? Arista asked in surprise. Immediately, a lonely feeling crept into her heart. That means I'll be here alone. Duke Errant sighed apologetically and said, I apologize for these circumstances, Lady Arista. I do wish I could go myself, but the commander of the first squad can't leave the city. Instead, my son and some of the knights from the first squad will be joining the main unit. We should hurry with the preparations. When should we mobilize? As she watched the adults discussing their departure, Arista felt her uneasiness grow stronger. Is this what my dream was alluding to? She lowered her gaze. I might not see Papa for months or even years. And that's not all. It's just like that night when he said he would come back for me. What if he never comes back? And no, that won't happen. They say negative thoughts bring bad luck. The past and the present are different now. Papa will surely return safely. Meanwhile, her father turned toward Duke Errant and said, I expect you will take good care of my daughter while I'm away. She's smart, but she's still young. I would be grateful if you occasionally visit to check on her. The Duke nodded. That won't be a problem. Even Ruth will be going to oversee the relief operation, so the capital will be quite empty. That reflects the importance of this mission. Curious, her father asked, then who will be going as the assistant chancellor? Duke Errant replied, His Majesty is supposed to appoint someone, but I don't know who it will be. I assume it may be Ruth's eldest son. He will then be able to teach him the way. Her father thoughtfully responded, I wonder if that will be the case. Then the Duke suddenly smiled and said, At any rate, since my dear friend and son will be traveling so far away, how about I hold a farewell banquet at the Verita mansion? Her father immediately understood his intentions and replied, You must have gotten their permission beforehand, right? Later, while walking through the estate, Arista felt an unusual emptiness in her chest. I feel like I'm by myself already. At that moment, Carcian approached and called out, Lady Arista. Taking her hand politely, he said, I heard you are learning how to wield a sword. Arista nodded. Oh yes. I'm training to become more healthy as well, Carcian smiled. You must be learning fast since the commander is guiding you. That is true, she admitted, but I've still got a long way to go. After a brief pause, Carcian said, The Marquis and I will be leaving, but my father and younger brother will be here to watch over you. Please do not worry. His words caught her attention immediately. A younger brother, right? The younger son of Duke Errant was a master of the sword. Perhaps I can learn from him. Curious, she asked, What kind of person is your younger brother? Carcian. He began, only to stop as if recalling something unpleasant. After a moment of hesitation, he finally answered, He's not a bad person once you get to know him. Once I get to know him? Arista remembered hearing rumors about the many problems within House Rasa. Are they not on good terms? Perhaps I shouldn't have asked. Before long, she arrived at the Verita mansion. A servant welcomed them. Welcome, Marquis Carcian and Lady Arista. I will show you to the reception hall. A maid then stepped forward and politely guided her. Lady Arista, this way please. The young master is waiting for you. Hearing that, Arista's mood brightened slightly. I'll go see Alandis. As she followed the maid through the mansion, she reflected on everything that had happened. I was starting to feel down, but I'm glad I can meet with Alandis. When everyone leaves, I'll be all alone in the mansion. And then what will I need to do? Manage the mansion's daily affairs? Complete my studies? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the hallway, followed by the sound of something shattering. Startled, the head maid immediately asked another servant, We have guests. What is all this ruckus about? The frightened maid bowed repeatedly. I am so sorry, before quickly rushing away. Arista looked toward the direction of the noise and asked, That was, But the head maid immediately interrupted her. "It's nothing you need to concern yourself with." Then, with a serious expression, she added, "You're here to see the young master, aren't you, Lady Arista? He's waiting in this room. Please enter." Although she nodded, Arista couldn't shake the strange feeling in her chest. Glancing once more toward the source of the noise, she slowly entered the room. "Alandis, I'm here. I heard a loud noise just now." Huh. She stopped mid-sentence. For a brief moment, Alandis was wearing a serious expression she had never seen before. However, the instant he noticed her, his demeanor completely changed. His face brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, "Arista, come here, my lady." "Wow, welcome." "I'm glad to see you." Arista blinked in confusion. "Ah, yes. Hello, Alandis. Was I mistaken just now?" she wondered. Then she asked, "Did something happen?" "I heard a really loud noise coming from here." Alandis quickly shook his head. "Oh, the maid accidentally spilled some tea. Don't worry about it, Arista. It will be cleaned up soon. In the meantime, it's so nice to see you at my home like this." Hearing his explanation, Arista finally relaxed. "Oh, it looks like it wasn't anything serious." Alandis then eagerly led her outside. "Now then, let's go. I'll show you the garden. The air is cooler out there by the lake. It will be more refreshing than staying inside." "Oh, right," Arista replied. As they walked away, she glanced back toward the room. The cups and tea set appeared perfectly fine, as though nothing had happened at all. Later, while sitting on a swing in the garden and enjoying the peaceful scenery, Arista suddenly received unexpected news. Shocked, she turned toward Alandis and exclaimed, "What? You're leaving too, Alandis?" Alandis nodded and said, "Yes. It just happened. My father needs someone to assist him, but as everyone knows, my older brother is frail. That's why I'll be going instead." Arista's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can that be?" Alandis smiled faintly and explained, "We'll have to travel without a base camp for a while, so I won't be able to write letters that often." A gentle breeze swept across the garden as his words sank into her heart. Lowering her gaze, Arista quietly replied, "I see." Sitting on the swing, she felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. "Father, the knights, and even Alandis. I know I can't have everyone by my side at all times, but still, this is too sudden." While she was lost in thought, Alandis stood nearby, carefully hiding the bruises on his hand. It looks like she noticed. "I should have held back." Before he could dwell on it further, a gust of wind blew toward Arista, causing her to look up. "What did you say?" she asked. Instead of answering, Alandis stepped closer. Before she could finish speaking, Alandis gently kissed her on the forehead. Arista immediately blushed in surprise. Holding her hands, he smiled and said, "I'll be back, my lady. You may be lonely, but please bear with it for a while. You have to take care of yourself and don't be too friendly with the other boys or I'll get jealous." Flustered by his words, Arista replied, "Really? You always say the strangest things. Be careful and come home safely." Alandis nodded. "I have a lot to prepare, so I need to return to the mansion first. I'll see you when I come back." As he walked away, Arista quietly watched his retreating figure. "Alandis, be well. Please come back safely." The next day arrived far sooner than she wished. Standing before her father, Arista struggled to suppress the sadness in her heart. Her father gently reminded her, "Keep safe. If anything happens, send a message to Duke Errant for help." "Yes, Papa," she replied before suddenly holding out a small gift. "Papa, here." Surprised, he asked, "This is?" Arista smiled softly. "It's just to wish you luck on a safe return. I made it in a hurry last night. I didn't have much time." Her father looked touched as he accepted the gift. "Thank you." Then he reached into his pocket and handed her something in return. "Here's my gift." Arista's eyes widened. "Your cufflinks?" "Papa, you shouldn't take these off." Her father chuckled warmly. "I have an extra pair, so it's fine. It's only right that I give something in return for such a precious gift." Clutching the cufflinks tightly in her hands, Arista whispered, "Papa, I should say something. After this, I won't be able to see Papa until next spring. I have to say something." Before she could gather the courage, several knights suddenly rushed over. "Lady Arista, Please accept ours too. Here's mine. Mine too. Here's more. Do you have anything for us? Please wish us luck as well. Arista stared at them in surprise. That's right. I forgot about everyone else. We weren't close before, but now I've trained with them side by side every day. Yet I only made a gift for Papa. Her father finally called out, "We're leaving." The knights immediately prepared to depart, but not before giving their own farewells. Lady Arista, make sure to eat well. And be wary of any suspicious men. Smiling despite the tears threatening to appear, she replied, "I will. Please return safely, everyone." After bidding farewell to the expedition, Arista returned to the mansion. The days that followed passed peacefully. It's a bit lonely, but it's not as bad as I had thought. Except for my studies, that is. One afternoon, she stared helplessly at her books before sighing deeply. I don't know what to do. I've suddenly hit a wall. Lena, who was nearby, smiled sympathetically. You must be tired from studying while also managing the estate. Why don't we go outside for a breather? To where? Arista asked. To town, Lena replied cheerfully. I was just about to leave to run some errands. There's a new boutique that opened up. We can go order a new dress for you and have some delicious cake while we're out. Town, perhaps I should go. Soon, the two of them headed into the city. However, once they arrived, Lena could only stare in disappointment. Instead of dresses, Arista was carefully examining weapons displayed inside a blacksmith's shop. We're finally outside, and here you are looking at metal instead of dresses, Lena complained. Arista laughed lightly. I'm just going to take a quick look around. Since I already have a sword, I want to see what's here, Lena pouted dramatically. I can't believe my delicate lady would grow up to shop for such hideous blades. Amused, Arista replied, well, after this, let's go to that cake shop you like. Instantly brightening, Lena exclaimed, really? You're too kind, my lady. I'll go tell the coachman. After Lena left, Arista continued browsing alone. Gee, Lena really doesn't like to wait. At that moment, a red-haired boy entered the shop. Master, how's my order coming along? He asked loudly. The shopkeeper immediately smiled. Welcome, young sir. I already finished it and had it wrapped. It's all ready for you. I can always count on you, master, the boy replied proudly. The shopkeeper chuckled. It was going to be delivered tomorrow, but you're here now. How could you expect me to wait until then? The boy exclaimed. I can't contain my excitement. Bring it now. Listening to the conversation from afar, Arista couldn't help comparing him to someone she knew. Sounds just like Lena. He's so loud, and he looks like he'd be hasty. What kind of family would raise a son like that? While examining the swords on display, her attention was suddenly captured by one in particular. A silver guard. It looks just like Papa's sword. Without thinking, she reached out toward it. At the exact same moment, another hand reached for the sword as well. Startled, Arista turned her head and found herself face to face with the red-haired boy. The boy looked equally surprised before narrowing his eyes and asking, What are you looking at? The red-haired boy tilted his head and asked, Do you like swords too? Caught off guard by his sudden question, Arista replied, yes. However, she couldn't help thinking, how can he be this blunt during a first meeting? The boy looked her up and down from head to toe before asking another unexpected question. How long has it been? Confused, Arista blinked. Huh? What? The boy pointed toward her and said, You're training. How long has it been since you started training? A year? 2 years. About a year and a half, she answered. How did he know? She wondered. The boy casually glanced over the swords on display before selecting one and handing it to her. Really? Then this should be good. Arista accepted the sword and immediately noticed the difference. Oh, it's light. It's similar to what Papa gave me. The boy continued, with your figure, the one before would have been too heavy for you to wield. Thank you, she replied politely, though inwardly she added, I don't really need it. The boy crossed his arms and stared at her curiously. Huh. You're quite the odd one. Girls don't usually study this stuff, right? They normally don't come anywhere near swords, spears, or anything like that. Their hands start to look like that after a while. Instinctively, Arista looked down at her hands. The calluses, that's how he knew. She nodded and said, "That's true, but my father is a knight." The boy's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. "Really? So is my family. My older brother and father are both knights, and I'll become one as well." Puffing out his chest proudly, he declared, "I'll be accepted into the best knighthood in the city, the first squad. Well, at my level, I'm sure I'll become the youngest knight ever." Arista studied him more carefully. The youngest knight, red hair like flames and blue eyes as clear as glass. Could he be? Then she spoke his name aloud. "Carcian de Rasa." The boy grinned immediately. "Huh? What? You've heard of me? Gee, I guess it's hard being a genius since everyone recognizes you." Hearing that response, Arista was finally certain. So it's him. The youngest son of the Rasa family and the genius swordsman of the Empire. After observing his behavior for only a few minutes, she couldn't help adding another thought. He's so arrogant. He really has no manners. I think I understand what Carcian meant now. Meanwhile, completely unaware of what she was thinking, Carcian proudly said, "All right. If you ever get stuck during training, come find me. This genius will help you out." Surprised, Arista asked, "Is that true, Sir Carcian?" "Of course," he declared confidently. "I'm probably better than any master. If I help you one-on-one, you'll get better in no time." "So you are right?" "I don't even know your name." Arista opened her mouth to answer. "Oh, my name is." Before she could finish, the shop door burst open with a loud bang. A servant rushed inside and shouted, "Young master. I knew you would be here. I knew it. How many times do I have to beg you not to suddenly disappear?" Carcian immediately protested. "It's not like that. I just came here for a second to get my sword." The servant sighed heavily. "Then let's get back quickly." "You're done here, aren't you?" Watching the exchange, Arista thought, even his servant is loud. Carcian scratched his head in defeat. "Gah, all right. I'm coming." As he prepared to leave, the shopkeeper called out, "Oh, young master. You should take this with you." After collecting his things, Carcian turned back toward Arista with a bright grin. "Hey, you make sure to visit me, all right?" "Until then, bye." Moments later, he disappeared from the shop as abruptly as he had appeared. Standing alone again, Arista could only mutter to herself, he was like a storm. Some time later, Arista found herself standing alone in the training grounds. Despite her efforts, she could feel her progress slowing down. Lowering her sword, she sighed. "I knew it. I'm stuck." The empty field around her only emphasized the loneliness she had been trying to ignore. "I'm training in this wide-open space all by myself, without anyone to guide me." The emptiness left behind by those who left feels deep. Suddenly, she remembered Carcian's confident smile and his words. "Make sure to visit me." After a moment of thought, she nodded to herself. "Guess I'll go see him." Before long, Arista arrived at the residence of Duke Errant. There she was greeted by Duchess Jeremiah. The Duchess calmly said, "I've heard about you, Lady Arista. I heard the Marquis hoped we would help you with your training." Arista politely bowed her head. "Yes, that's right." The Duchess nodded. "Well then, we won't need to talk for long." "I see. I've already sent someone for my little boy. He should be here soon." "Thank you, Duchess," Arista replied. While waiting, she quietly observed the Duchess. "She's still the same, I see. She's always been cold toward me for some reason. I could tell right away that she didn't like me." Before she could think further, hurried footsteps echoed through the room. Carcian entered while scratching his head. Why do you keep calling for me? Can you please just forgive me?" "I've been quiet the whole day," his mother immediately replied. "Take a seat. We have a guest." Only then did Carcian notice Arista sitting nearby. "Oh? Huh? It's you." His face brightened instantly. "Ooh, you're the one from before. Good, good. I knew you would come." Without hesitation, he began patting her shoulder enthusiastically. "Look at that. You're stuck, right? Haha. You need this genius, don't you?" From behind him, the Duchess spoke in a stern voice. "Carcian." He immediately froze. She then looked between the two children and said, "It looks like you two have already met. Well then, formally introduce yourselves." Inside the Verita residence, Duke Errant and Marquis Monique had been playing chess together. After moving a piece, Duke Errant smirked and said, "Checkmate." Noticing how distracted his friend seemed, he added, "We even placed a wager." "Why are you so distracted?" "This isn't like you." After a brief pause, he asked, "Are you worried about your daughter?" The Marquis let out a heavy sigh. "Well, there's that." Sensing there was more to it, the Duke asked, "Is there something else? Is it because of Ruth's younger son?" "He's smart, and it looks like he's also very astute. I heard he proposed to your daughter as soon as he found out the engagement might be cancelled." Seeing the Marquis glare at him, the Duke chuckled nervously. "Aren't you lucky, Karen? You don't need to worry about your daughter's husband." The Marquis's expression only darkened further. Quickly raising his hands, Duke Aaron said, "I was joking." "It was a joke. You're being really scary right now." Then he laughed awkwardly. "If Ruth knew you hated it this much, he'd be sad." The Marquis crossed his arms and replied, "If he had the heart to be sad about this, I wouldn't be so worried." Looking toward Duke Ruth, Duke Aaron nodded. "I suppose that's true." After a moment of thought, he suddenly suggested, "Then how about this? What if my younger son watched over her?" The Marquis raised an eyebrow. "Your younger son? You mean that child?" Yes, I'm talking about that one," the Duke replied. "Well, he's naive and a bit quick to anger." Then, with a grin, he added, "But he's just like me." Meaning he's nice and sociable. Back in the present, Carcian's reaction had become even worse after learning her identity. "What? You think I'm going to help a little runt like you?" he shouted. Turning toward his mother, he complained, "I don't want to." "Mother, why do I have to teach her?" Duchess Jeremiah immediately frowned. "Watch your tone. You're being rude in front of our guest." But Carcian continued protesting. "But mother, son," she interrupted firmly, "do you wish to disobey your father?" Instantly, he fell silent. Arista could only watch the exchange in confusion. Why is he angry? Is he uncomfortable because I suddenly came to visit? But he was happy to see me just a few seconds ago. What made him change his mind? Carcian continued glaring at her, making her even more uncomfortable. What is with this open hostility? His mother finally warned him again. "Son," letting out a frustrated sigh, he replied, "Ah, fine." Then he turned toward Arista. "Shall we go, Lady Arista?" Puzzled, she asked, "Pardon?" "Where to?" Carcian looked at her as though the answer was obvious. "Aren't you here to train with me?" "Then isn't it obvious that I need to know how good you are first?" From behind him, his mother called out sharply, "Carcian." Immediately panicking, he straightened himself and quickly said, "I'm being nice." Then, in a much calmer voice, he asked, "You're coming, right?" Arista hesitated before nodding. Yes." As she followed him outside, she couldn't help thinking, perhaps I shouldn't have come. Once they reached the training grounds, Carcian folded his arms impatiently. "Took you long enough to get changed?" "I don't have all day, you know." "I'm sorry for the delay, sir," Arista replied. He scoffed and asked, "So your father told you to train with me?" Yes." "Huh. What a joke." Shaking his head, he continued, "Do you think learning how to wield a sword is easy? Why don't you just swing it around for a couple of minutes for fun?" Annoyed by his attitude, Arista replied, "But aren't you the one who said to come visit if I needed help?" Carcian's expression hardened. "That was before I knew you were the daughter of House Monique. Now that I know, don't expect me to be nice to you." Startled, Arista asked, "What do you mean?" "I meant exactly what I said." Gripping the wooden sword in her hand, Arista felt her frustration growing. "What is this? He won't even tell me the reason." Trying to remain calm, she said, "Sir, I'm not trying to learn how to use the sword as a simple pastime." Carcian immediately dismissed her words. It's clear why a girl from a noble house would want to learn. I can't stand those who try to show off by doing something different. Why did his attitude change? Arista wondered. He should have known I was from a noble family from the beginning. He was the one who approached me so easily before. Yet this is his true personality? Refusing to back down, she said firmly, "I'm not training for that kind of reason." "Enough excuses," Carcian replied. "If that's the truth, then you need to prove to me how serious you are." Arista nodded. "Fair enough. How should I prove it?" After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's see how good you are at the basics." Gritting her teeth, she accepted the challenge. "All right." For a long time, Carcian made her repeatedly swing her sword without stopping. Arista struggled to catch her breath as sweat dripped down her face. All the while, Carcian simply stood there watching. Finally, he said, enough. Breathing heavily, Arista straightened herself and asked, "How was I?" Carcian stared at her for a moment before giving his judgment. "I think you're." For a brief second, she hoped for praise. Instead, he bluntly continued, "Your basic skills are passable. But the rest? You're a total mess. And you want to call yourself a swordsman? Are you out of your mind?" Hearing those words, Arista felt her patience nearly snap. Seriously, this boy, however, she forced herself to endure. "I have to put up with this. I'm the one asking for help here." Swallowing her irritation, she explained, "It's as you just saw. Since there's nobody to guide me, I've been training by myself, but I haven't made any progress." Carcian immediately replied, "Well, that's obvious. You won't get anywhere with that floppy posture of yours." Arista's eye twitched. "Floppy?" Trying her best to remain patient, Arista asked, "Then what should I do?" Instead of answering properly, Carcian threw up his hands and shouted, "Why should I care? Why do I even have to help you with your training?" Then he turned away and added, "Figure it out yourself and don't bother me." Arista clenched her fists. "But you should also understand how helpless one feels when they've reached a wall and nothing seems to work." Carcian simply shrugged and replied arrogantly, "Nope. Never felt that way. I'm that good. I mean, I've always been above the rest, you know." Hearing that, Arista could barely believe what she was hearing. "What? What's his problem? He's so arrogant, and he made me have such high hopes." Gritting her teeth, she turned around and began walking away. Seeing her leave, Carcian scoffed. As expected. If you're giving up this early, that means you were never serious about your training in the first place." Without looking back, Arista answered, "I do not wish to converse with someone who can't keep their promise." Right. Just quit already," he replied dismissively. "You lack both the strength and stamina to learn anyway. Why don't you do something about that feeble body of yours before holding a sword?" Despite his insulting tone, those words remained in her mind as she walked away. "Right, I see. Strength and stamina. That has to come first. Just you wait. I'm not giving up like this." Upon returning to the Monique household, Arista immediately called for her attendants. Alan, Lena, the servants hurried over. "Welcome back, Lady Arista." Without wasting a moment, she declared, "Starting today, have all my meals follow a strictly nutritional diet. I'm going to train even harder from now on." Alan blinked in surprise. "Even harder?" Arista then turned toward Lena and added, "And Lena, can you make sandbags that would fit around my legs and arms? I need them for strength training." Both attendants stared at her in shock. "Strength training," Lena repeated. Then she quickly bowed. "Yes, I'll get them ready right away, my lady." As Arista walked away, the servants exchanged worried looks. Later, while discussing the matter among themselves, Lena sighed. "It's obvious something must have happened at the Rasa residence. Our lady isn't someone who starts fights with others." Another maid nodded. "Oh, right. I heard that Sir Carcian is quite rude. He wouldn't get along with our young master, who is always so polite. That must be why she's angry." Alan, however, looked more concerned than annoyed. "But she's always been delicate. I'm not sure about this sudden increase in training. I wonder if she'll be all right." Meanwhile, Arista had already thrown herself completely into her new routine. "I know what my weaknesses are, so I'll just work harder from now on." Every time she remembered Carcian's arrogant expression, her determination only grew stronger. "You'll see. I'll make you regret those words." From that day forward, she devoted herself entirely to strength training. She exercised endlessly to increase her stamina before continuing her basic sword practice. She ran and ran until her lungs burned and her heart felt as though it would burst from her chest. Every day became an exhausting cycle of training until her arms went numb, collapsing from exhaustion, and falling asleep without even eating dinner. Whenever Lena saw her condition, she became increasingly worried. "Lady Arista, please stop. You've been training since this morning. You'll get sick if you continue." But Arista would only shake her head. Just a little more. Deep down, she already knew the truth. This method alone won't fix my problems. Yet, she couldn't stop. I'm running out of time. This is the only way. This is the only way I can avoid getting involved with the royal family. But if this doesn't work... While Arista pushed herself to her limits, someone else found himself thinking about her more often than he wanted to admit. At the Verita Manor, Carcian sat alone in the garden, lost in thought. Suddenly, he heard a servant call out, "Welcome. We've been waiting for you." Immediately, he jumped to his feet and hurried toward the newly arrived carriage. "Who was that?" he asked eagerly. The servant blinked in confusion. "Pardon? Who just arrived?" Carcian repeated. "That was the designer for the lady's new dress," the servant replied. Then, noticing his strange behavior, he asked, "Are you waiting for someone?" Carcian's shoulders immediately slumped. "It's nothing." Turning away, he walked back toward the garden. "It's been a few days now, but I haven't heard from her. Was I too harsh?" He clicked his tongue. "I was surprised because she was from House Monique, but I was the one who offered to help her first." Immediately, he shook his head. "No, why do I have to worry about her? She's married to that high and mighty prince." Then he corrected himself. "Well, not his wife yet. They're only engaged. She's got nothing to do with me anyway." Despite his attempts to dismiss the matter, memories of Arista continued to surface in his mind. "You'll really help me?" He remembered her asking. Letting out a sigh, he looked toward the sky. "I wonder if she's still training with that weak body. Geez, whatever." Back at the Monique estate, Arista continued training relentlessly. Sweat soaked her clothes as she pushed herself beyond her limits once again. Watching helplessly from the side, Lena pleaded, "Lady Arista, please stop. You've been training since this morning. You'll get sick if you continue." "Just a little more," Arista replied stubbornly. She tightened her grip on her sword and prepared for another swing. Then, without warning, a familiar voice suddenly echoed across the training grounds. "Are you out of your mind?" Startled, Arista turned around. Sir Carcian, standing there with an irritated expression, Carcian marched straight toward her. "I just stopped by to check on you, but is this what you call training?" Arista frowned. "Aren't you the one who said I needed to improve my strength?" "I never said you should do it like this," he shouted. Before she could react, he grabbed her training sword and yanked it away. "Do you want to destroy your body to the point that you'll never be able to hold a sword again?" Arista's eyes narrowed. "Why do you care?" The question caught him completely off guard. "What?" She looked at him seriously and said, "I thought you didn't want to involve yourself in my business. In any case, please don't interfere and just leave." Carcian frowned and asked, "Hey, are you trying to put on a show because I said that?" Arista ignored the accusation and walked past him. "If you're not going to help, then don't get involved." "If you'll excuse me, I'm busy." Seeing her leave, Carcian suddenly became flustered. "Hey, now hold on." Before he could finish, Arista's vision blurred. The world spun around her, and the next moment her body gave out. She collapsed to the ground. Shocked, Carcian rushed forward. "Hey!" Lena screamed in panic. Lady Arista, kneeling beside her, Carcian touched her forehead and immediately realized something was wrong. "Wait, what's wrong? Darn, she's burning up. Hey, wake up! Hey!" Without wasting another second, he lifted her into his arms and shouted, "Lena, I'll carry her inside. Call the doctor, hurry." Some time later, Arista slowly opened her eyes. Through her hazy vision, she could hear someone crying nearby. "Lady Arista," Lena exclaimed the moment she woke up. "Are you awake?" Arista blinked weakly. Lena, relieved, Lena quickly asked, "Would you like some water?" "I'll help you sit up." However, Arista's thoughts were elsewhere. "In the end, I collapsed just like I did in the past. After becoming 10 again, I worked hard to get healthier, but I haven't changed at all." Feeling defeated, she sank back onto the bed and closed her eyes. "What should I do? What should I do? If this doesn't work, there's not much time left." After a few moments of silence, Carcian awkwardly stepped forward. Hey, how are you feeling?" Arista turned toward him and replied softly, "I'm feeling better." "Thank you, Sir Carcian. You carried me inside when I collapsed, correct?" Immediately, he looked away in embarrassment. Yes. Well, scratching his cheek, he added, "It's not a big deal." Seeing his reaction, Arista couldn't help smiling. Even though he was so mean before, Carcian cleared his throat and suddenly became serious. "Hey, I'll give you my honest opinion. You need to stop this type of training. At this rate, you won't even be able to hold a spoon, let alone a sword. Using sandbags when you're so young will only wear down your joints." Hearing that, Arista lowered her gaze. "I know that. That must be the reason why my father didn't train me separately. Because of this weak body. And that's why Alandis is far better than me now, even though we started together." Noticing her silence, Carcian continued, "Do you know? If you're that weak, why are you trying to learn sword fighting? There are other things you can do without overexerting yourself, like gardening or painting." Instead of answering immediately, Arista asked a question of her own. "Well, I want to know why you rejected me last time." Carcian hesitated before finally replying, "Because you're the prince's fiancé, right? The future empress, but I won't be," Arista thought bitterly. Carcian continued, "I thought you would quit training after getting married. When you become the empress, you won't need to use a sword. The royal guards will always protect you. I don't want to deal with someone who will learn only as a hobby. I've seen plenty of people begin out of curiosity only to quit right after." Finally, Arista understood. "I see. He doesn't want to see others take lightly what he has dedicated his life to." Carcian crossed his arms and said, "You get it now, right? That's how it is. You should stop." But before he could continue, Arista interrupted him. "I won't give up." Carcian blinked in surprise. "Right? Don't give up, huh?" Then he frowned. "Have you not been listening? You'll ruin your joints. If this is a hobby, you can bring in a tutor to." "No," Arista cut him off again. "I won't quit." "No, I can't quit." Her voice trembled with determination. "No matter how difficult it is, even if I'm at a disadvantage because of my body, I will continue to hold a sword. Even if I die like this. No matter what." Carcian stared at her in disbelief. "Why are you trying so hard?" he wondered. Then Arista finally revealed the answer she had been carrying in her heart all this time. "I will become a knight." At that very moment, far away in the imperial palace, another story was quietly unfolding. Heron entered the prince's office carrying a stack of documents and said, "Your Highness, I brought more papers for today." The lords on the outskirts are complaining nonstop. However, the prince wasn't paying attention. Standing by the window, he was watching something outside. "Look there, Heron." Curious, Heron stepped closer and looked out the window. "Those clothes, they're from the Laius kingdom. It looks like an envoy has arrived." "An envoy?" the prince repeated. "It's such a busy time," Heron nodded. "Well, the whole continent is in trouble because of the drought. The climate in the Laius kingdom is cold and dry, and since it's in the north, they must have been hit hard. They're probably here to ask for more support and supplies." The prince remained silent for a moment. "I hope that's the case." Watching the delegation carefully, he narrowed his eyes. "But they're bringing in more than necessary for something like that. What is their goal?" Outside, rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. Back at the Monique estate, the sound of raindrops echoed against the windows as Arista repeated her declaration. "I will become a knight." Carcian stared at her as though he had just heard something impossible. "What? A knight?" He shook his head in confusion. "But you're the prince's fiancé." Struggling to understand, he added, "I'm sorry, but I don't get it. So you're going to become the empress and be a knight as well? Huh? Is that even possible?" Arista looked straight into his eyes and answered with unwavering resolve. "I won't become the empress. I will follow in the footsteps of my family." Arista finally revealed the truth she had been carrying alone all this time. "I will continue my family name. Yes, that is the reason. That's the reason why I've been training while also taking lessons. As the heir of the family, I won't repeat that cruel fate. I won't be directed by my past. Instead, I will create a new path for myself. I will become a knight and inherit our noble title. I will be Marquis Aristia La Monique." As memories of the prince flashed through her mind, her determination only grew stronger. "This is the only way for me to escape the fate that is bound to him. Clenching her fists, she continued, "But I'm not getting stronger, and I don't know how I can improve with just basic training." Frustration finally burst from her chest. "I have no choice but to feel anxious." For the first time, Carcian seemed to understand. "I see. Oh," scratching the back of his head awkwardly, he said, "You could have told me earlier. I thought you were just swinging a sword to show off." The moment the words left her mouth, Arista immediately regretted everything she had revealed. "Oh no, what have I done? I've never told this to anyone yet. I blurted out something so important to a person I'm not even close to. I let my guard down." Her expression instantly became cold again. "Are you satisfied? You should go now." Caught off guard, Carcian blinked. "Huh? Wait," but Arista cut him off. "You have no right or reason to involve yourself in my business. I'm sorry for disturbing you these past few days, but that won't happen again." "What?" Carcian shouted. "Why are you saying it like that?" "I came because I was worried about one more thing," Arista interrupted sharply. "Just because one excels in a certain area doesn't mean their flaws can be ignored. If you care about the reputation of your family and your own, you'd better learn how to act like a noble." Carcian stood there completely stunned. "Hey, now then, farewell, Sir Carcian." Before he could stop her, Arista turned and left the room. After leaving the mansion, Carcian could only vent his frustration to himself. How can she treat me like this? Fine, do it your way. See if I come here again." Yet despite his anger, he found himself stopping and looking back toward the mansion. Meanwhile, inside her room, Lena looked worried. "My lady, will this be all right?" Arista simply closed her eyes. "I'm tired." Left alone with her thoughts, she remembered Alendis's encouragement. "Alendis told me that it's no secret I've worked hard, and I wanted to believe him. But I ended up pushing myself too much and collapsed. All I've done is make everyone worry about me. You're pathetic, Arista." A few days later, after resting and recovering, Lena entered her room carrying a tray. "How do you feel today, my lady? Would you like some soup?" Arista nodded. "I'm feeling much better." "And yes, I'll have some." While she was eating, Lena hesitated before speaking again. My lady, yes?" Arista asked. Lena held out a sealed letter. "A letter arrived for you. It's from the royal palace." The moment Arista saw the royal seal, her heart sank. The royal seal, it's from the emperor. After reading the contents, she became even more confused. "It simply says I should visit the palace for an audience with the emperor. That's all? What's going on?" Usually the purpose would be written as well. What is so important that it couldn't be mentioned in a letter? What could it be? After a moment of thought, she stood up. "Lena, I'll need to get ready to visit the palace." Lena nearly panicked. "My lady, you're going there in that state." Arista shook her head. "I can't ignore a royal order." Inwardly, however, she couldn't help worrying. "It's probably useless to ask, right? To postpone the deadline of our promise." Before long, Arista arrived at the imperial palace. "Lady Aristia Monique, daughter of Marquis Karen Monique, has arrived," the announcer declared. As she walked through the grand halls, countless nobles turned their eyes toward her. Whispers immediately followed. "That's the daughter of House Monique. The woman from the prophecy. She's still too young. It'll be some time before she becomes the Empress." Hearing the murmurs, Arista felt increasingly uncomfortable. Finally, she stood before the emperor and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Majesty, son of the Empire. It is I, Aristia La Monique, here at your service." The emperor smiled warmly. Welcome, Lady Arista. I was curious about something, so I requested your presence." "It's nothing serious." Arista quietly waited for him to continue. "I was wondering about your guards these days. Who are the knights staying at your home?" Hearing that question, she blinked in confusion. "My guard? Guards at the mansion of a marquis? What is he talking about?" She answered honestly. "There are none." The emperor immediately frowned. "I knew it. That won't do. The marquis is too stubborn at times. Really, he should have left at least 1 or 2 nights behind. It's nonsense to have you stay at the residence without a guardian." Arista's confusion only deepened. "So this was the reason?" The emperor then made an unexpected declaration. "A royal guard will be prepared for you starting today." A royal guard? Arista's eyes widened in shock. Your Majesty, please. That is unnecessary. It's too much for someone like me, the Emperor chuckled. Too much? You are the future Empress. Panic immediately rose inside her chest. However, the royal guards are knights who protect the royal family. I'm trying to escape from the royal family. A royal guard would only become another shackle. As if reading her thoughts, the Emperor smiled gently. I know what you're worried about. How about this, then? Raising his hand, he showed her the imperial ring. I promise that I won't use this against your wishes in the future. Do you still disagree? Faced with a direct promise from the Emperor himself, Arista had no choice. No, Your Majesty. I am honored by your grace, but inside, she could only wonder why. Why is he going this far? I feel burdened. The Emperor then studied her face carefully. By the way, You look pale. Perhaps you're suddenly. The room began spinning around her. I feel dizzy. The Emperor's voice sounded distant. If I had known, then I would have hurried. Oh no, my fever must be getting worse. I can't collapse here. I must stay awake. Just as her vision started to blur, another voice echoed through the audience chamber. The royal prince has arrived. The doors opened, and the prince stepped inside. Looking toward the Emperor, he asked, You called for me, father? A short while earlier, Heron had been watching the prince bury himself under an endless mountain of documents. Unable to hide his concern any longer, he said, Your Highness, shouldn't you take a short break at least? Without looking up from his work, the prince replied, There's a mountain of paperwork I need to get through. How can I rest? Heron frowned. But you've been working too hard lately. I'm worried you're going to overdo it. Finally setting down his pen, the prince answered firmly, The whole continent is in trouble this year. The Chancellor is away due to the relief operations, and the borders are unsecured. The people are afraid. At a time like this, I can't stand idly by and leave all the work to the officers. Furthermore, my father trusted me with this task. I won't allow for any mistakes. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Heron could only bow his head. As you wish. Not long afterward, the prince made his way toward the audience chamber. As he approached the entrance, the announcer prepared to announce his arrival. However, the prince raised a hand, stopping him. Taking a moment to straighten his clothes and compose himself, he prepared to enter. Then he heard laughter coming from inside the room. Someone's talking. Listening more carefully, he heard a familiar voice. Lady Arista, you look a bit pale. Are you not feeling well? Another voice answered politely, I'm a little under the weather, Your Majesty. Please forgive me for visiting you in such a state. The prince immediately recognized her. It's Arista. She's here. The Emperor replied apologetically, My apologies. If I had known you weren't well, I would have asked to see you at a later date. I will send a royal doctor to check on you. This is a royal order, so do not consider refusing. Arista bowed her head. I am grateful for your concern. The Emperor smiled warmly. I hope to see you well soon then. Hearing enough, the prince finally nodded to the announcer. Continue. Yes, Your Highness. The doors opened, and the prince entered the audience chamber. Immediately, his eyes met Arista's. For a brief moment, neither of them spoke. Then the prince turned to the Emperor and said, You called for me, father? The Emperor nodded. Yes, welcome, my son. I was planning for us to have tea with the young lady here, but she's not feeling well. Arista quickly said, Please do not worry about me. However, the Emperor shook his head. No, I do not wish to burden a sick person. Then, as though struck by an idea, he added, That's right. My son, why don't you escort her? I'll have them prepare the tea upon your return. Arista immediately panicked. That isn't necessary, Your Majesty. I'm quite fine, but the prince simply replied, I understand, father. Realizing there was no room for objection, Arista lowered her gaze. I shall take my leave then, Your Majesty. Feel better soon, Lady Arista, the Emperor said kindly. A short time later, Arista found herself walking down the palace stairs with the prince, leading the way ahead of her. Every step made her feel more exhausted. This is suffocating. I feel even worse. Her body swayed slightly as she struggled to remain upright. Hold on. Just a bit more. I just have to get through this place. Stay strong. Don't show him anything. The prince glanced back at her for a moment before silently looking away again. Eventually, they reached the palace entrance. Thank you for escorting me here, Your Highness, Aristia said politely. I think I can leave on my own now. Instead of responding directly, the prince called out, Sir Lanch. Yes, Your Highness, the knight answered immediately. Bring a carriage as quickly as possible. We will be traveling to the Monique residence. Aristia's eyes widened in surprise. Why is he? I thought he hated the sight of me. Soon, the two of them were riding together inside the same carriage. The atmosphere was awkwardly silent. Aristia sat quietly, trying not to draw attention to herself. Oh, right. The emperor didn't specify until where I was to be escorted. He must be taking me home just to be safe. Across from her, the prince carefully observed her pale complexion. She looks like she could faint at any moment. It's amazing that she arrived for an audience and still kept her decorum while in such a state. He recalled her age. If she's 5 years younger than me, then she must be 12 this year. She's young and yet so determined. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a low voice. You're loved by my father. If you asked, he would have gladly let you rest. Then, almost as if speaking to himself, he added, How silly. You and I as well. Confused, Aristia looked up. Pardon, but the prince remained silent and offered no further explanation. Before long, the carriage arrived at the Monique residence. Stepping out first, the prince turned toward her. Farewell. Well then, take care, Aristia bowed politely. Thank you, Your Highness. After watching the carriage disappear into the distance, she found herself standing alone at the entrance of the estate. An unfamiliar feeling settled inside her chest. Why did I feel so empty just a moment ago? I wanted so badly to escape. Then she remembered the prince's words. How silly. Suddenly, a strange thought crossed her mind. Perhaps he escorted me here because he was worried about me. Immediately, she shook her head and rejected the idea. What am I thinking? Something like that could never happen. He hates me. Seriously, how could I think something like that? After a moment, she arrived at a more reasonable explanation. I wasn't as scared of him today as I usually am. But that's because I was feeling unwell. I didn't have the energy to feel cautious. That must be it. Meanwhile, as the carriage carried him back toward the imperial palace, the prince found his thoughts drifting back to the silver-haired girl he had just escorted home. Remembering her pale face and stubborn determination, he quietly murmured to himself, I hope you feel better soon, Lady Aristia. Sometime later, two knights arrived at the Monique estate and formally introduced themselves. Starting today, we will be your personal guards. One of them stepped forward and bowed. My name is Seymour from the Royal Guard. The other followed. And I'm June. It's a pleasure to meet you. Aristia politely returned the greeting. Yes. Thank you. I'll be in your care. However, inwardly she couldn't hide her surprise. He really sent royal guards. 2 of them. The knights immediately began explaining their duties. From now on, we will be guarding you 24 hours a day. All 24 hours, Aristia asked. Seymour nodded seriously. You must be especially cautious in the morning, as it's easy to let your guard down. At noon, someone may try to breach the garden, so we will always remain nearby. At night, it's especially dangerous when everyone is asleep. We will guard your door. As she listened, Aristia couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. Later, while walking through the garden, she found the constant presence of the guards increasingly difficult to ignore. This is a bit stifling. I've never had anyone following me around like this before. A bitter smile appeared on her face. When I was Empress in the past, I never received this much protection. Yet now, when I'm not even a royal, I'm being guarded. Fate is quite cruel. Her thoughts soon drifted back to the emperor. I wonder why he ordered this. He even summoned me to the palace just to confirm it. The government should be busy taking care of the lands. There's no time for political schemes. Who would try to harm me at a time like this? Before she could think any further, Lena suddenly came running toward her with excitement written all over her face. It's a letter. The one you've been waiting for." Arista immediately turned around. "A letter," Lena nodded enthusiastically. "It's from Sir Alandis." "Actually, you have 2 letters." Hearing that, Arista quickly took them from her hands. The first letter bore Alandis's seal. Without hesitation, she opened it. "To my lady whom I so greatly miss. I'm sorry I couldn't contact you sooner. We've been constantly on the move, but we have finally arrived at a vast territory. We're sending soldiers to nearby towns to distribute food and supplies. We were expecting the worst, but it wasn't as bad as we thought. We've prepared well, so things will look better after this winter, though we'll need to continue our relief efforts every year." "Are you doing well?" "I'm worried that you're alone. I'm sorry I can't be with you. You may appear strong, but I know you're very kind and can feel lonely easily, though you won't admit it. Don't overwork yourself and stay well. I'll send you another letter soon. From your knight, Alandis." As she finished reading, warmth filled her heart. "Alandis, you're always so kind. I can feel your warmth through this letter." Then her eyes moved toward the second letter. "Then who sent this other one?" The moment she recognized the handwriting, her face brightened. "Papa, it's from Papa." Excitement immediately filled her voice. "Is he well?" "I wasn't expecting a letter from him." She quickly opened it. "I'm sorry for making you wait so long for my reply. I'm sure you must be working hard while you're home alone. How is your training? I'm worried since you've been quite anxious lately." Arista's eyes widened. Papa knew. The letter continued. "My daughter, Tia, you don't need to be in such a rush. I am always ready to help you. Whatever you want, I will do everything I can to make your wish come true. You're doing plenty well even now. Believe in yourself and try to relax." As she finished reading, joy and guilt flooded her heart at the same time. "Papa, I'm such a fool. Papa has been supporting me all this time, yet I refuse to accept it and try to do everything on my own." Clutching both letters tightly against her chest, she whispered softly, "Papa, Alandis, I miss you." After some time, Arista approached one of her guards. "Sir Seymour, do you have a moment?" "Yes, my lady," he replied. However, he looked slightly surprised by what he saw. Arista was already dressed in training attire. "That attire," she smiled politely. "Would you help me for a bit? I thought it might be better for you to do other things instead of simply guarding me all day." Seymour blinked. "Other things?" Arista nodded. "I would like you to teach me about sword fighting." At that moment, she felt her earlier anxiety begin to fade. "Right. I shouldn't be anxious anymore. I'll start over as if I'm beginning anew. Slowly, one step at a time. That is how I can repay the kind wishes of everyone who believes in me." Far away from the capital, Alandis was standing by a window late at night, quietly staring into the darkness outside. The door suddenly opened behind him, and his father entered the room. "Are you still awake? We have to go on patrol again early in the morning." Alandis didn't even turn around. While organizing several documents, he replied, "I'll ensure that this doesn't affect our work." "You don't need to check up on me like this." His father frowned. "Looks like you're still holding a grudge." After a brief pause, he continued, "Alexis isn't well, so of course you'll have to come as his younger brother. And it was by the Emperor's order that you are here. You should obey. This is something you've brought upon yourself." Alandis remained silent. His father then added, "She is still the prince's future fiancée, yet you've wandered near her so openly. This matter even reached the ears of the Emperor. Of course you would be sent here." Finally, Alandis looked up. "I'll admit I've gone too far. But even as you say so, aren't you thinking the same as me?" His voice grew quieter. "Though I suppose I'm not the one you're hoping for." Immediately, the Duke's expression hardened. "Don't say something you're not sure of, Alandis." His tone became unusually serious. "Your words may end up ruining our family and marking us as traitors." With those final words, he turned toward the door. "Stop thinking about useless things and go to sleep." Then he left the room. Silence filled the room once more. After his father disappeared, Alandis slowly picked up a piece of paper and stared at it. Determination burned within his eyes. "Up until this point, I've worked so hard." Clenching the paper tightly in his hand, he made a silent vow. "I'm not going to give up so easily." Back at the Monique residence, Seymour continued guiding Arista through her training. Be aware of your posture, Lady Arista. Following his instructions, Arista carefully adjusted her stance and swung her sword again. As requested, Sir Seymour guided my training. Although he only taught her the basics, that was exactly what she needed. It wasn't advanced techniques that I lacked. It was the foundation. Slowly but surely, the wall that had blocked her progress for so long began to crumble. After another round of practice, Seymour finally nodded in approval. That's all for today. You did well. Arista lowered her sword and smiled. Thank you, Sir Seymour. The knight seemed genuinely impressed. You're improving every day. I hardly need to do anything. The talent of House Monique is truly amazing. Hearing that praise, Arista couldn't help but smile softly. But I didn't overcome these obstacles through my own strength alone. Later, while enjoying tea in the garden, Arista invited Seymour to join her. I'm your guard, he reminded her. You can still join me for tea, she replied. As they sat together, Arista found herself grateful for his company. It's great that he came here. Suddenly, however, Seymour's expression sharpened. Every trace of relaxation vanished from his face. Confused by the sudden change, Arista asked Sir Seymour, "What's wrong?" Immediately, he stood up. Someone is approaching. What? Arista blinked in surprise. But this garden is within the mansion. Seymour stepped in front of her protectively. Stand back, Lady Arista. A rustling sound came from behind a nearby hedge. Gripping his sword, Seymour called out, "Who goes there? Show yourself." A familiar figure stepped out from behind the bushes. A royal guard, Carcian asked, looking genuinely surprised. Why is an imperial royal guard here? The moment Arista heard his voice, she immediately recognized him. Oh, it's you. However, Seymour wasn't lowering his guard. Do not come any closer. If you have business with Lady Arista, you must tell me first. Before the situation could escalate, Arista quickly intervened. Sir Seymour, it's all right. He's an acquaintance. Would you excuse us for a moment? After a brief hesitation, the knight nodded. Yes, understood. Even as he stepped away, his eyes remained fixed on Carcian. Watching Seymour leave, Carcian muttered, "What's with him?" Arista answered calmly, "He's my personal guard." Still annoyed by the knight's suspicious stare, Carcian replied, "I can tell that much just by looking at him." After an awkward pause, Arista spoke again. It's been a while, Sir Carcian. Yeah. It has. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say. Then Arista asked, "What brings you here?" "I thought you weren't going to see me again." Immediately, Carcian froze. She's right. I don't even know why I came here again. Looking at her more carefully, he noticed how much healthier she seemed. But at least she looks better now. Arista tilted her head. Was there something you needed to tell me? Unable to come up with a proper answer, Carcian blurted out, "Hey, you. No matter how much I think about it, there's no way I can let something like that pass." "Excuse me?" Arista asked. Crossing his arms, Carcian said, "Last time, you told me that I should learn manners befitting someone from a noble house. But you're the one who showed a lack of proper manners by chasing out a guest. Even if our houses are part of the same alliance, your attitude and choice of words that day would be enough to cause a feud between us. So, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Arista stared at him blankly. "He came here just to say that?" After thinking for a moment, she nodded. "Indeed, you are correct." Then she bowed her head politely. "Yes, I was rude that day. I sincerely apologize, Your Grace." Carcian's eyes widened in shock. Huh? What? Why are you apologizing so easily? I thought you'd get mad. Arista calmly replied, "Do you consider apologizing to be a dishonorable act?" "Yes," he answered immediately. "Having to lower yourself in front of another person," Arista shook her head. "And what about it? Not apologizing even when you're wrong? Not thanking someone even though you've received their grace? Isn't that what should be considered dishonorable and lacking in manners?" Carcian opened his mouth, only to find himself unable to answer. That's. Arista continued mercilessly. "And are you aware that your informal behavior toward me is enough to start a feud between our houses?" The color drained from Carcian's face. "Oh, well, that was..." Suddenly flustered, he awkwardly bowed his head. "I'm sorry." I mean, please forgive me, Your Grace. Arista nodded gracefully. I accept your apology. Then she asked, now, what business brought you here today? For the first time in his life, Cassian felt completely cornered. Well, I was supposed to help you, no? Lady Arista, did you come all this way simply to teach me about honor? She asked. Cassian's brain completely stopped working. Huh? Why did I come here? Darn it. This wasn't the plan. Eventually, he threw his hands up in defeat. Whatever. This is who I am. What am I supposed to do? I'll just be informal. If you have a problem with it, then submit an official objection. Arista replied without hesitation. All right. I'll send my complaint to Duke Errant. Is that all right? Cassian nearly choked. You're really going to do that? Perhaps, she answered calmly. Fine. Go ahead and do it. It's not like it'll kill me. After a pause, he nervously added, so, are you really going to tell him? For a moment, Arista tried to maintain her composure. Then suddenly, she couldn't hold it in anymore. The sound of her laughter echoed through the garden. Cassian blinked in surprise. I heard something. Meanwhile, Arista continued laughing. Before long, even Cassian found himself chuckling. Oh, so you do know how to laugh. It suits you. Hearing those words, Arista quickly composed herself again. Oh. She went back, Cassian thought with disappointment. Scratching his head awkwardly, he said, so, since we apologized to each other, we're even now, right? What do you mean? Arista asked. I mean you can start visiting my place again. Arista immediately shook her head. I don't need to visit you anymore. What? Cassian nearly jumped out of his seat. Why? Are you still mad? That's not it. She pointed towards Seymour. Sir Seymour over there is a very good instructor. Following her gaze, Cassian finally remembered something. Oh, right. That night, then curiosity got the better of him. I've been wondering, why is a royal guard here? You're not a royal, right? Arista answered calmly. I'm still expected to become part of the royal family. What? Cassian stared at her. Anyway, she continued, you should have some tea while you're here. Lena, please bring another teacup. Yes, my lady, Lena replied. While drinking tea, Arista secretly observed Cassian. I can tell what he's thinking. I said I wouldn't marry into the royal family, yet I'm being guarded by their power. He must think it's strange. Meanwhile, Cassian was indeed trying to process everything he had learned. After a long silence, he suddenly slammed his hands on the table. Well, that's fine. I have my father's orders, so I'm not going to sit back and watch. Arista blinked. Pardon? Cassian grinned. Let's do it this way. You can continue training with that knight, and I'll just come visit you. You're going to visit me? Arista repeated. Right? Right, he said enthusiastically. That'll be good. And I can see how strong a royal knight is too. Maybe I'll learn a thing or two as well. Hold on, Sir Cassian, Arista protested. You can't just decide that on your own, it's fine, he declared confidently. Going back and forth is no problem for me. I'm not fine, Arista thought immediately. Off to the side, Seymour watched the two of them from a distance. What exactly are they talking about? Meanwhile, completely ignoring everyone's concerns, Cassian proudly announced, then that's the plan. Let's get along, all right. Looking at his bright grin and unstoppable enthusiasm, Arista could only sigh inwardly. He's so pushy. Then Cassian suddenly jumped up and said, since it's decided, let's start our training now, and just like that, the second day of training began. Watching his movements closely, Cassian exclaimed, wow. As expected of a royal guard. That level of skill in those moves, look at that parry with the flat of the blade. Then he added confidently, I knew it was a good idea to come here. Still, you're not as good as our first squad, Arista calmly replied. Here, have some tea, Sir Cassian. Cassian immediately brightened. Oh, thank you. I was feeling a bit thirsty. He picked up the cup and took a big sip. Perfect. But the moment it entered his mouth, his expression froze. Oh, wait. It's hot. Then he suddenly coughed. Sour. It's too sour. What is this? Confused, Arista blinked. Huh? Did I not brew it long enough? Cassian muttered in disbelief. Sour things are the worst. Arista quickly called out Lena, then she turned back. I see. You don't like the flavor. I'll get you a different tea, Carcian frowned. I like the color, but the flavor is strange. It feels weird on the tongue. Maybe it's spoiled. Then he glanced at Arista drinking it easily and froze. Arista calmly explained, it's supposed to taste like this. It's hibiscus. Carcian's eyes widened. Seriously? And that taste doesn't bother you? Yes, she replied. Actually, I quite like it. Carcian immediately blurted out. Is something wrong with your taste buds? I knew it from the beginning. You have really weird tastes. Hearing that, Arista's patience snapped. Why do I have to listen to this because of 1 cup of tea? She snatched the cup back. Then don't drink it, she added sarcastically. I apologize for my strange preferences in tea. But it looks like your sophisticated palate wouldn't be satisfied even if I offered another. Carcian panicked. Hey wait, grumbling, Arista sat back down in a foul mood. Carcian looked around helplessly. Gosh, I didn't say anything wrong. I only said it was sour because it was sour, right? He turned toward Seymour. Sir Seymour, don't you think so too? Seymour chuckled lightly. Well, I'm fine with any flavor of tea. It's an honor to drink tea brewed by the lady herself. I heard it's her hobby. Carcian blinked. What? Seymour added casually. The lady brewed it herself. Hearing that, Carcian stiffened. Immediately, he walked closer to Arista. Hey, Arista glanced up. What is it? Noticing his sudden change in tone, she narrowed her eyes slightly. I thought you didn't like the tea I chose. Carcian awkwardly laughed. Come on, that doesn't mean you have to take it away from me. It's just my first time. He quickly grabbed the cup again. I can drink it. Haha, I can, but the sour taste hit him again. It's still so sour, Arista sighed. I'm not trying to force you. Don't push yourself. I'll prepare a different tea. She turned to call Lena, but Carcian suddenly raised his voice. No, it's fine. Really. It's okay. Striking a dramatic pose, he declared. The genius knight Carcian will not run away from a simple cup of tea. Arista silently prepared another cup and placed it in front of him. Here. How about this? Carcian blinked, then cautiously took a sip. Sip, sip, slurp. His eyes widened. This is surprisingly good. Arista smiled softly. Right? Watching him, she thought quietly, Sir Carcian is quite the character. He shows his honest emotions so openly. It makes me do things I normally wouldn't do. That was the first time I laughed like that, holding my stomach. My peaceful days are getting very rowdy. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, the prince's expression turned cold as he listened to the envoy. What are you talking about? The envoy bowed respectfully. Your Highness, there are those in the Lisa kingdom who greatly admire you. A while ago, we met Lady Arista in passing, but she seems too young to aid you with your duties. The prince's gaze sharpened. So, what does my fiancé's age have to do with your kingdom? The envoy quickly continued. She may feel pressured by her duties as future Empress. Therefore, she will need someone to help her. The royal princesses of our kingdom are trained to assist the Empire and the imperial family. Another envoy added carefully, we simply wish for the future of the imperial family to be secure. The prince let out a cold laugh. Is that so? The loyalty of the Lisa kingdom is truly impressive. My father is still healthy, yet you've come before me, still a child, to advise me about the future of the imperial family. His smile turned sharp. I admire that bravery, so much so that I would like to show the other council members exactly what kind of bravery this is. They trembled in fear, their faces turning pale as they hurriedly spoke. I will be sure to remember our meeting. We are honored, Your Highness. Heron quietly added, I suppose sending more envoys was part of their plan, along with all those tributes. The prince's gaze remained cold as he looked down at the situation. My father wouldn't listen, so they set their sights on me. Leaning slightly back, he continued his thoughts. All for the position of queen, Heron explained carefully. Just like the Empress, only one can hold the title. She is to aid the Empress and can stand in for her when needed. She's still young, so if the queen gives birth to a son first, he would become the next heir. That's their plan. The prince narrowed his eyes. They want one of their princesses to wear the crown as queen. Heron added awkwardly, maybe there really is a princess who admires you, Your Highness. Instantly, the prince replied, nonsense. But in his mind, Arisa's face surfaced. She's still young. She doesn't even know how to ask to be excused when she's sick. Then he suddenly said, "House Monique." "Yes, Your Highness," Heron answered. The prince fell silent for a moment before turning away. "It's nothing," but his thoughts lingered. A royal doctor should have visited her by now. She should be feeling better. My concern is unnecessary. In the Monique residence, Arisa was reading Alendis's letter. "To my lady whom I so greatly miss." As she continued reading, memories formed in her mind. "Much time has passed. Are you doing well? When I awoke this morning, the whole world was glimmering with white snow. When I saw it, I thought of you. I know it's your favorite, something white like snow that's both sweet and warm. Do you remember what happened last winter?" In her mind, the scene played vividly. Knights laughing, a snowball fight breaking out, and then smack, a snowball hit Arisa right in the face. Alendis panicked, shouting, "My lady." The letter continued, "In the end, you got hit by a snowball and it turned into a huge mess. You even caught a bad cold. Did you know I was so scared during training that day? His Grace was merciless. I thought someone might die. Yet despite that, you were probably laughing while reading this." Arisa smiled softly. "Well, that's true." The letter went on, "So when you need to go outside, make sure to dress warmly. Don't overwork yourself training alone in the snow. In spring, a special gift will arrive just for you. Wait for it, my lady. It's white, warm, and sweet, just the way you like it." After finishing, Arisa whispered, "Alendis, he must be busy, yet he still thinks of these things. Don't tell me he's going to make white chocolate from all the way over there." She quickly called out Lena. "Yes, my lady. Bring me my craft box." Lena blinked. "What will you need it for?" Arisa smiled gently. "I'll make bookmarks. And bring me the leftover silver tassels from last year as well." Karine, who was nearby, watched her and asked, "Hey, you're quite lively today, aren't you?" Arisa looked up. "Good morning, Sir Karine." Sitting nearby, he asked, "What are you making?" "Bookmarks and sword tassels," she replied. "For who?" he asked. "For the knights of the second squad, and for my precious friend who is far away. They left so suddenly, so I couldn't give them anything. I'll make these while wishing for their safe return." Karine repeated slowly, "Precious friend." Then, almost immediately, he pointed at himself. "What about mine? What will you make for me?" Arisa looked at him blankly. "Why do I need to make something for you?" Karine froze. "Why not? We train together every day." She tilted her head. "We're not close enough to exchange gifts, are we?" For a moment, Karine's mind went completely blank. "And not close enough." Suddenly, he stood up. "I'm going to head out first." "Oh, okay," Arisa replied calmly. Watching him leave in a rush, she thought. Does he want a bookmark? Later, Arisa went out for training. "Sorry for being late. Let's start training." But when she arrived at the training ground, it was empty. "Huh? Did they go somewhere?" She looked around. "I guess I'll start with running." As she ran under the pleasant weather, she thought softly, "It feels so refreshing. Maybe something good will happen today." Suddenly, she felt it. A presence behind the bushes. She stopped. "Huh." Looking closely, she frowned. "I thought someone was there. Was I mistaken?" She started running again. Or maybe, suddenly, someone grabbed her from behind. "Wait, hold on," she gasped in shock. A familiar voice called out, "I caught you, my dear lady." Arisa froze. That voice, Alendis. She thought to herself, just like the petals of spring, a voice she had missed so dearly carefully touched her ear, and, while quickly turning she thought, "Could it be Alendis?" Alina said, "It's been a while, Arisa." She hugs him and said, "I missed you, Alinus." While hugging her he smiles and said, "Me too. I really missed you, my dear lady. I feel like I'm truly alive." Why? While hugging him, Arisha thinks, as always his embrace felt so comfortable. Suddenly Karine came and while shocked he interrupts the moment saying, "What the hell am I looking at?" He quickly grabbed Arisa and pulled her away from Alendis. "Hey, get away from him." Karine shouted furious. Arisha asked bewildered, "What are you doing, Sir Karine?" Feeling angry he replied, "That's my line." "What are you doing?" Alinus inquired glancing at Karine. Aristia, who might this be? She explained. Oh, this is Sir Karain Duras, the second son of Duke Errant. Alenda said. Oh, I see. I'm Alinus Dida. It looks like you became Aisha's friend while I was away. He extends his hand towards Karain to greet and said, It's nice to meet you. Karain looks towards Aristia and said, Hey you, why do you treat us differently? He and I are the same age, so why am I Sir Carson when you call him only by his name and you talk to him differently too? Karen's anger was visible. Aristia wonders, why is he angry? She said, Well, Alinus and I both agreed to call each other by name. Then Karain furiously demanded, Then call me by my name too. You have permission, she replied. I refuse, she said. More importantly, you should return his greeting. Don't be so rude. He then changed his demeanor and said, Fine, it's nice to meet you. I'm Karain Duras, Alendis replied. I've heard of your accomplishments, but this is my first time meeting you in person. It's a pleasure. Karain then quickly said to Aristia, I did it okay. Now call my name. Karain insisted. Aristia thinks in her mind, what kind of logic is that? She calls out, Karain. Karain beams with joy. Then Aristia asked, Are you satisfied? He frowned and said, Hey, why did your tone change? She said, You asked me to call your name. You didn't say anything about tone. Karain screams in frustration. What the heck, why is it so complicated? Aristia trying not to laugh at his frustration, but she still laughs a little. Alinus looks at her giggling and said, I came back after such a long time. You're not going to give me anything, Aristia asked. While surprised, Is there something you want? He replied, There is. Will you give it to me? She quickly responded, Of course. She thinks in her mind, I'll give him the bookmark another time. Then Alinus said, Your nickname. While confused, Aristia said, My nickname. He said, Nicknames are only allowed between family and lovers. It's unusual between friends. Aristia thinks in her mind, What should I do? I'm still the future Empress in name. The royal family might think this is problematic, but if I refuse, Alinus might be hurt. While she was busy in her thoughts, Alinus said, Don't worry, I won't call you by your nickname in front of others. You don't have to worry so much. Aristia looks towards Karain for a moment and then said, All right, you may, Alinus said. Thank you. Will you call me by my nickname as well? Aristia then said, Alan. She thinks in her mind, This is the first time someone other than my family has called me by my nickname. How I had wished to hear that name from him back then when I watched those two. I was so jealous of June, but now I'm just like them. While she was reminiscing, Karain suddenly grabbed her and said, Hey, what's wrong? Are you crying? He asked. Why did he say something to you? Alinus said. You're misunderstanding the situation. Why would I want to make Tia cry? Alinus said calmly. Karain, while confused, asked, What Tia? Aristia said to himself, You said you wouldn't call me that in front of others, he said with a grin. Well, I just received permission, Karain then said. Tia, can you go inside first? The two of us need to discuss something, she replied. Oh, all right, I'll wait for you in the drawing room. Going, she looks towards them and thinks, Will they be all right? Alan is more mature, so he knows what to do. Going to the drawing room, Aristia calls Lena. Lena, she said, bring the best lemon balm tea leaves that we have. Tell the kitchen staff to hurry with the tea time snacks. Everyone else, please clean the drawing room. Oh, and please light the scented candle we received a few days ago. Lena smiles and said, Gosh, miss, are you that happy you're smiling so brightly? Aristia replied while smiling, Yes, Alinus has returned. Meanwhile, outside, Alinus said, Thank you, Sir Karain. Looks like you've been taking care of Tia while I was away. I don't know if we'll see each other again, but it's great that we had the chance to finally meet. Alinus said politely, but Karain wasn't having it. Karain asked with anger, What? Alinus smiles in a mocking way and said, seriously? Hey, I know what you're like, so why don't you just act like yourself already? Alinus asked. What do you mean? He gets close to him and said, I know that you're just pretending to be gentle in front of her. Pointing towards him, he said, You weak. Alendis chuckled and said, I see. I thought you were just a rude child, but perhaps you do have some sense. But is it more out of animal instinct or something of the sort? Carrot boy. Karain gets a disturbed feeling for a moment, then he smiles and said, So that's the real you? And what was that, Carrot boy? Alendis replied, "Didn't you just call me a weed? Your word choice is poor. I'm sure you were just referring to my hair color," so I replied back on a level you could understand. A carrot is a root plant, so we're technically under the same category. Isn't that nice? As they were busy bickering, Lena was pushing the serving cart to the drawing room. She gets startled by Karsane's words she saw outside the window. Karsane freaks out and grabs Alendis by his collar and said, "You jerk." She gets agitated seeing them quarrel, and she dashes away to call someone. Karsane then said in anger, "Don't run your mouth as you please," Alendis said. "I see that you've been eyeing Tia while I was away, but it's time for you to go." Karsane, while furious, asked, "What did you say?" "So, what if I don't go? What are you going to do about it?" Alendis said, "She's mine. I won't let you take her." Karsane asked, "Huh, how is she yours?" Alendis slaps Karsane's hand away and asks, "How much do you know about Tia?" Karsane was unable to answer, Alendis then said, "Listen carefully. Our first meeting was on September 3rd, year 958 at 2:43 p.m. On that day, Tia wore a blue dress that came down to her knees. Up to today, we've met a total of 562 times. We've spent 3,226 hours together. We've had a total of 1,358 cups of tea together. Among them, the most frequent was lemon balm tea, which we drank 373 times. The next was hibiscus tea, which we had 294 times. Karsane creeps out. W what? Alendis continued. We've hugged 9,001 times, and I've patted her on the head 1,384 times. He then asked, "Now tell me, how many hours have you spent with Tia?" Karsane replied, "You're totally insane. You've been counting all of that? You're nuts. Does she know that you're this crazy?" Alendis asked, "What do you think?" Karsane replied, "You're insane. Seeing all this makes it clear. It'd be better to tell her who you really are." Alendis thinks in his mind, "Idiot." As Karsane was walking away, meanwhile in the drawing room, Aristia asked, "What? Is that true?" Lena, while freaking out, replied, "It is." Sir Alendis was saying something and Sir Karsane just grabbed his throat like this. He was about to punch him. "I'm sure of it," Aristia said. "I didn't think they would become friends right from the start, but still." Lena said, "In my opinion, it's definitely jealousy." Aristia asked, "Jealousy?" Lena replied, "They didn't know about each other until just now. They're definitely fighting over you, I'd say." Aristia laughs. "That can't be it." "Gee, Lena, you've been reading too many romance novels lately," Lena replied. "What do you mean?" "Though it's true that I like them. That's not the point. I may be wrong about Sir Karsane, but I'm sure about Sir Alendis." A stranger appeared while he was away. Of course he would be disgruntled. Aristia said, "Alendis and I are just friends." Lena asked, "You were proposed to, so how are you just friends?" Aristia replied, feeling burdened. "That's just a memory from our childhood, and there's nothing about me that men would like." Lena said, "Lady Aristia, why do you?" As she was talking, Karsane came and interrupted. Hey, what kind of relationship do you have with that guy?" Aristia asked. "Do you mean Alendis?" Annoyingly, Karsane asked, "Yeah, that weed." Aristia wonders, what does he mean by weed? Karsane said, "You shouldn't be friends with that guy." Aristia replied, "What are you talking about?" Karsane replied, "He's nuts, totally crazy." Aristia said, "Alendis." Alendis, standing behind him, said, "Are you saying I've gone crazy, Sir Karsane?" Aristia said, "Welcome, Alendis. Would you like some tea?" "It's lemon balm." Alendis replied while smiling, "Of course, it's my favorite." She asked, "Did something happen?" "I heard you two weren't getting along." Alendis replied, "Not at all. I was surprised by how well we understood each other. He really has some great sense. Don't you agree, Sir Karsane?" Karsane, looking at him, replied, "I don't want to be lumped together with the likes of you." Alendis said, "What a pity. I think we get along quite well." Karsane shouted, "Just stop it." While having snacks, Aristia wondered, did nothing really happen? Alendis looks pretty calm. She suddenly remembers and asks, "Oh, Alan, in your letter, what did you mean by special gift?" Alendis asked, "HM? What, you still didn't get it?" "I'm a bit disappointed." Aristia thinks in her mind, "Huh? But there was nothing else. Not even white chocolate." Alendis added, "I'm the gift, obviously. Didn't I tell you before?" "I'm a sweet, warm man," Aristia replied. "What? Gosh, Alan." Karsane feels creeped out. "Hey, Mr. Weed." Are you crazy? You're saying something ridiculous again, Aristia said, but that's true. Nothing is more special than meeting a good friend who has been away. Thank you for coming back, Alan, Alenda said. Of course, Aristia then thinks, right, Lena must have been mistaken. Those two wouldn't fight over me. I can only hope to have more joyful memories with more people. Suddenly the butler came and said, Miss, a letter has arrived for you. Aristia replied, Ah, thank you. Looking at the letter she thinks, is it from Papa? She picks up the letter and sees the insignia of the roaring gold lion. Looking at the letter she thinks, the roaring gold lion. It's from the royal family. She starts reading the letter. Karzine asked, What's wrong? Is it bad news? She replied, No, it's not that. He then asked, Then why are you making that face, Aristia? Alenda said, This is the only letter the royal family would send at a time like this. Karzine asked, Huh? What is it? Alendis continued, And you really call yourself a member of one of Castina Empire's most prestigious noble families? Karzine again asked, Huh? So what? Alendis told him, The royal prince will soon have his coming-of-age ceremony. The Empire's one and only heir will now be acknowledged as an adult. It won't be a simple festival. Those from the temples and nations all over the land will be watching, and she's probably invited to attend as the princess fiancée. Aristia was still sitting there with a gloomy face. She thinks in her mind, What should I do? This is it. The time the emperor has promised to me is coming to an end, and Papa isn't even back yet. Will I be able to say that I want to be the heir of my own family? Trying to console her, Alendis asked, Tia, are you all right? She replied, Yes, of course. She leans towards Alendis and thinks, Such warm hands. Alan, you're always taking care of me, she then said. Thank you. I feel much better now, Karzine asked. Hey, what are you doing? Ruining their moment. He said, Really, you too? How can you just stay in his arms like that? Break it up. From that day, Castina City bustled with visitors from all over the land. Everyone gathered to watch the little son of the Empire become an adult, though the treasury had suffered from the drought. The imperial government distributed crops more generously than ever before. All those who had gone to suppress the riots and help with relief efforts returned to the city, except for Marquis Karen, who as of yet had not been heard from. One day, while training, a servant came and said, My lady, the royal tailor has arrived to measure you for your dress, Orisa said. Please excuse me, I think I'll have to stop here for today, Karzine said. Oh well, Alenda said. See you later, Tia. Looking at her leaving, Karzine said, Huh. She looks like she's being dragged into an execution, not a celebration. Does she need to be that scared? And here I thought she finally got more lively this year. Everything's gone to waste now, he said. At this rate, she's going to collapse again. Alendis asked, What? Looking at him, Karzine asked, What did you just say? Alendis asked, What? Karzine said. Did you just say Tia collapsed before? Karzine replied, Yeah, dude. Alendis again asked, Why? Karzine replied, Why else? She's planning to take on the legacy of. He stopped in the middle. Alendis asked, When did she collapse, and what do you mean by take on something? Karzine replied, I'm not telling you, Alendis said. Huh, oh really? So you were only pretending to know something. I knew it, you wouldn't know anything about Tia. Hearing his words, Karzine shouted, What did you just say, weed? What about you then? If you know her so well, why are you asking me? Alendis replied, Stop yelling, I'm not the one you should be picking a fight with right now. Scratching his head, Karzine said, Oh right. She's the prince's fiancée. Then Alendis thinks for a moment and grits his teeth. Darn it, Karzine said. This isn't the time to be wasting my energy on some plant. Alendis replied, That's because you don't think far enough ahead, Karzine said. You're so annoying, Alendis said. You mean yourself at night, while opening her room door, Aristia. Thanks, I wonder if something happened. Tomorrow is already the day of the ceremony. I heard that most who had been dispatched have returned, so why hasn't Papa sent any news? We're not at war, he's simply patrolling the lands of the Empire, and still I feel so afraid. Papa, hurry and come back home. I don't have the courage to fight this alone. A maid came and said, Miss, Sir Alendis has arrived. Alendis said, Sorry for visiting so late. Were you resting? Aristia asked. It's all right. Have you finished your preparations for tomorrow? He replied, There weren't much, I just have to attend. Looking at her worried, Alendis said, But why do you not look well, my lady? Aristia smiles, hearing his consoling words, Alendis said. It's upsetting, actually. I heard from Sir Karzine that you were very sick while I was away, and that you're anxious, as if you're being chased by something. Aristia stuns for a moment, then averting her eyes, she said, I see. Alendis continued. I sent you that letter since I thought you would be troubled, but it looks like it didn't help. Aristia thinks in her mind, Alan, I made you worry even though you were so far away. Then Alendis said, I know this isn't a good time and that I'm being hasty, Tia, but I think I have to say it now, a little, even if it's just a little. It's fine, so why not open up to me? He continued, you're kind, but you never show what you're truly thinking. That's why I don't know why you're suffering, why you don't like the prince, and why you wish to escape from the royal palace, Aristia said, Alan. He continued, I've been watching you all this time. You're suffering, and yet I can't help you because I don't know the reason. He stands up and said, won't you talk to me? He grabs her hands and said, tell me what you fear and how I can help you. Looking at him, Aristia thinks in her mind, Alan. He has worried about me this much. What should I do? Would it be all right to tell Alendis? Suddenly Aristia heard a voice in her head. Don't say anything. Aristia looks towards the voice. It was her past self. She told, tell him nothing. Are you going to show him this endless darkness just because of a few sweet words? Will he believe you? You think he'll take what you say seriously? And what if you get abandoned again? Aren't you afraid? While she was thinking, Alendis said, trust me, Tia. I want to share your burden. Aristia thought to herself, share my burden. Alan has always been gentle and kind, and he listens to me, right? I must gather the courage to talk about it. Otherwise, I will never be able to move on from this place. I promised to live on with the people around me, and even though I tried to hide it, you didn't neglect me. You kept asking me how to help. She then said to Alendis, all right, I'll tell you, Alan. After that, for a few moments, Aristia doesn't speak. She thinks in her mind, but how should I tell him? Even if it's Alan, would he believe what I say about the past? I don't want to be treated like I'm mad. I've already gone insane once before. Should I just say that everything was a dream? No. It's all right. If it's Alan, he surely believes me. I'll trust you, Alan. She then spoke. I feel like I've woken up from a very long dream. My life right now is the second one I've woken up to after dying. She told him about everything that had happened to her in the past, about the true girl of prophecy, about how much she suffered while watching June and Ruv, about how she lost her child and how she stabbed the prince after learning that her father was dead. I loved the royal prince very much, and it was painful. I was lonely, in pain, and fell into despair. I desperately tried to escape, but in the end, when I opened my eyes, I had returned to my 10-year-old self. It's been a few years since I first woke up, but I can't find a way to make up for this lack of time. I want to escape that gruesome future, but I don't know what more I can do. I don't know. After telling everything, Aristia looks towards Alendis and wonders, will he believe me? Alendis said, I see. That must have been painful, Tia. Hearing his words, Aristia thinks, his words are so gentle. I knew Alendis would. Aristia hugs him and starts crying. Alendis said, you're all right now, Tia. You just had a very bad dream. Pay it no mind. In the end, it's just a dream. Aristia looks at him shocked and said, Alan. Alendis continued, but this is a bit unsettling. Why are you suddenly talking about a dream? That's not what I asked you about. Did you bring it up? You still can't trust me? Still shocked. Aristia looks at him and thinks, I see. That's it, she said. Alendis, you think I'm lying from the start. You didn't expect me to open up and be honest in the first place, right? Alendis replied, that's not true. I'm just saying after seeing you worry, I know how hard it is for you to talk about it. Aristia thinks in her mind, so that's it. She said, I know that it's hard to believe. I know how silly it sounds. Still, I thought if it was you, my words would be taken seriously. Concerned by her words, Alendis said, Tia. She thinks in her mind, I told you something that I didn't even tell Papa, only to you. I thought you would listen to me, she yelled. You told me to trust you, yet you're the one who doesn't trust me. Shocked by her words, Alendis said, Tia, that's not true. She continued, you shouldn't have asked me anything then. At least I wouldn't have noticed. She thought to herself, then I wouldn't feel so betrayed. Alendis apologized, saying, Tia, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, so please don't push me away. Aristia pushed his hand away while he was saying, I won't ever ask you about it again, so please. While walking away, Aristia said to Lena, Lena, our guest will be leaving now. Alendis called from behind. Tia. Wait. Tia, Aristia said once again, please leave, go. The day of the prince's coming-of-age ceremony, maids were preparing Aristia. Where's that sapphire pen? Not this one, something brighter. Yes, that one. And bring a ribbon. Could you raise your chin a bit, my lady? Looking at Aristia, a maid said to the other, the lady seems down today. Well, with Sir Alendis yesterday, the other maid asked. Oh my, really? Sheena then said to them, you there, stop gossiping like that. Aristia then remembers Alendis, in her mind hearing him saying, Tia, I'm sorry, please don't push me away. While she gets off the carriage at the royal palace, she thinks in her mind, I don't care anymore. I have no one, and whatever I do, it doesn't matter. Because whatever happens today makes no difference. I am drifting along alone, with no place to rest. The servant said, the prince, Lady Aristia has arrived. Aristia greets the prince saying, Greetings, your highness, the future son of the empire. It is I, Aristia La Monique, she thought to herself. I feel like I am once again an empty shell. Looking at her emotionless expression, the prince asked, Why are you? He stops in the middle and thinks, what's with that expression? Then he said, Never mind. Let us go. The prince then grabs her hand and walks to the banquet hall. The announcer called, Ruiz Khalid and Shayna Castina, the royal prince and Lady Aristia Monique. Duke Errant standing with his son said, Greetings, your highness. The duke said while bowing, Congratulations on your coming of age, your highness. Alendis present beside his father looks towards Aristia and she also looks towards him. She thinks Alan. Our eyes met. The prince after noticing that glances towards Alendis and thinks, House Verida's second son. The ceremony began in accordance with imperial tradition. The royal prince will be crowned as an adult. Now take this crown and sword. Everyone celebrated and congratulated the prince. Congratulations, your highness. Glory to the Castina Empire. The prince said, I am happy to see so many here to congratulate me on this important day. I am deeply thankful to you all. Please enjoy tonight's banquet. The crowd shouted, Thank you, your highness. Leaving the banquet hall, Aristia went outside to get fresh air. It's suffocating. I feel nauseous from the crowd. If only Papa was here. While she was thinking, she heard a voice, Tia. She looks towards Alendis and said, Alan. Holding the crown, Heron said, I shall put this crown away. The prince asked, Where is Lady Aristia? There's still more for us to do today. Heron replied. She said she needed to leave for a moment to touch up her appearance. Heron said to a servant, Send someone to. The prince cut him off saying, There's no need. The prince thinks in his mind, Chancellor Ruth's second son, I've heard about him. He's been training at the Monique residence. I heard they were close, but I thought it was simply acquaintances under the same alliance. But is that really the picture of those who are simply acquaintances? I see. You can show so many expressions in front of him, yet all you show to me is fear, or nothing at all. Meanwhile, Aristia leaves. Alendis tries to talk to her and stop her, but she left. Looking at them, Karzine thinks, What are they doing? Looking at Aristia arriving in the banquet hall, Heron said, She's arrived, your highness. Aristia wonders, What am I doing? I hope my eyes aren't red. I feel conflicted. She gets startled as the prince comes close to her. Your highness, forgive me for leaving my position. Looking at her, the prince thinks, this reaction again. He smiles and said, Dear lady, asking her hand he said, Would you do me the honor of being my first dance partner as an adult? He thinks in his mind, I'll hear it today. The reason why you make that face. She replied, Yes, of course, your highness. While everyone was looking at them, they started dancing. People present there talked to each other. Oh my, Lady Aristia has yet to make her debut, correct? This is my first time seeing her. She's so calm and mature. She looks so elegant. as expected of the princess fiancé. She'll become a beautiful woman when she's older, while dancing, Aristia thinks in her mind, cold hands, and dancing in silence. The same banquet and the same dance as before. She recalls in her mind, in my past life, right here in this moment, this was when my heart was captured by him. It was my first time at a banquet, and people's eyes wouldn't stop following me. Amidst the confusion, he smiled and reached out his hand to me. Though it was only a formality, he was my one and only. She wonders, what's different from the past and now? Perhaps I'm still walking the same fate as before. I was pretentious before the god pioneer. Perhaps that name is of no use. It's simply a name given to me by a god I rejected. While she was busy in her thoughts, the prince said, "How unusual." She asked, "What do you mean?" He asked, "Isn't this your first time dancing?" "Yet you seem very experienced," she replied. "I've been practicing," she said to herself in her mind, "countless times in the past." The prince asked, "Practicing? But I can clearly see that you're not focused. Perhaps there's another dance partner you've been practicing with to get this good." She replied, "How could that be? I would never," he said, "Really?" Then, looking towards Alendis, he asked, "How about that one?" The younger son of Duke Ruth, Aristia, also looks towards Alendis. She tripped and was about to fall, but the prince quickly grabbed her. She said, "Your Highness." The prince said, "How unpleasant." Then they stopped dancing and everyone clapped. That was amazing. Those two look gorgeous together. They're perfect together. How amazing. The prince then said, "Thank you for being my dance partner during my first dance," she replied. "Oh no, the honor was all mine." Then the envoys started presenting gifts. "Congratulations, Your Royal Highness. This gift is from the royal family of the Rua Kingdom. The second queen of the Y Kingdom sends this gift. This is from the Su Kingdom." Sitting aside, Aristia wondered, "So then, when should I speak with the emperor?" "Once the envoys are done, everyone will move to another location. At that point there won't be a lot of people sitting beside her," the prince said. "You?" She replied, "Why, yes, Your Highness." He said, "I've always thought it was odd, but why are you so scared of me?" She replied, "Scared? I don't know what you mean," the prince said. "I'm sure you know very well what I'm talking about. Perhaps you remembered what happened when we were young." "Oblivious?" she asked. "When we were young," he thinks in his mind. "I guess that's not it," he asked. "Then perhaps it's because of that pioneer middle name." She asked, "How did you?" The prince said, "Though unlikely. You now hold a right to succeed the throne and you were chosen by prophecy. Father commanded it be kept a secret, but of course I'd be aware of an imperial order." She asked, "What do you plan to do about me?" He suggested, "A queen. It would be safe for you to be the queen instead of the empress." She thinks in her mind, the queen, the prince's future queen. From his point of view, I'm an obstacle. Of course he would think like that. The prince continued, "Since your family has been loyal for generations, I will allow you to keep your status. Will that be fine?" She gets scared thinking about the horrible past. The prince looks towards her and asks, "Why are you making that face? Shouldn't you be glad the honor of your family will continue? Isn't that what you were worried about?" Aristia thinks in her mind, "No, that was a mistake. I shouldn't have asked. Even if I become queen, June will still appear in this world. Then the true Lady of Prophecy will be revealed. I should have told him that I wanted to succeed my family, but if I speak of that now, I will be rejecting the royal prince's offer. This might be my end." She gathers courage and said, "Why, Your Highness, The people in the audience suddenly started talking to each other. Looking around, they said, "Looks like someone just arrived." Aristia looks towards the shining robe of the person coming and stands up. Her father came and greets, "Please forgive me for being late." "Greetings, Your Majesty, the sole son of the Empire, and to you, Your Highness, the future son of the Empire." Looking at him, Aristia almost cried. Her father continued, "It is I, Aristia La Monique, commander of the second squad. I have returned." Aristia, while looking at her father, thinks, "Papa, he has returned safely." The emperor said, "Oh, finally back, Marquis. Do you know how worried I was to receive no word from you?" Her father said, "My apologies. I was rushing to arrive in time for the prince's ceremony, so I was unable to send word in advance." Then the emperor said, "I see. Well, it's great to have you back. You should rest for now." He replied, Yes, your majesty. Then the emperor said, and I too will take a short stroll after that. After that, Aristia went close to her father and called, Papa. Her father asked, Tia, have you been well? Looks like you've grown a bit, she replied, and you look a bit worn out. I'm glad that you're safe. I've been waiting for you. I wasn't sure when you'd return. She finally cried. Consoling her, he said, a grown lady shouldn't show her tears so easily. What will everyone think? Walking towards them, the emperor said, My, looks like your daughter is still a young girl, Marquis. Her father replied, It's just as you've said, your majesty. Perhaps it's because I've been too easy on her, the emperor asked, You being easy? That's hard to imagine. Her father replied, As you can see, my daughter still has a lot to learn. I believe she's not mature enough to support the prince who's now already an adult. Hearing his words, the prince gets confused. The emperor asked, So then, Marquis, are you perhaps thinking of marrying again? Who could it be? Marquis replied, No, of course not. I wouldn't do such a thing, and I definitely can't do such a thing. I'm sure you would know that best, your majesty. The emperor gets shocked for a moment. Marquis continued, She is my only child now and in the future. The emperor asked, Don't tell me you're planning to train her. Are you serious? You were always reluctant, her father said, I wonder. The prince recalls and thinks in his mind, the heir of House La Monique. Is that why she was learning how to wield a sword? I see. That's why she always reacted that way. You would go that far. The prince said, Marquis Karen, this is all too sudden. I do admit that I haven't shown my appreciation for your daughter until now, but I've never once denied her either. It is a matter of fact that Lady Aristia is my partner sent by God. Yet now you want to decide on an heir. Her father replied, I admit that I have no excuse for that matter. Then the prince said, We should discuss this again at a later time. It's not something to talk about on a day like this. He said, Father, there are many eyes on us. It's about time we leave. The emperor said, Very well. Marquis Karen and Lady Aristia, I hope to see you again. While the people in the audience whispered, the emperor and prince left. While leaving, the prince takes a glance towards Aristia. Then Duke Errant came and said, Karen, my friend, why were you so late? Imagine how anxious your daughter must have felt. Her father said, It just happened. The duke said, Gajun returned right away, so how could a commander not send any word of his own arrival? Standing beside his brother, Karzine wondered, should I ask her about what I saw? Looks like something happened between her and the weed. The duke asked, By the way, did you lose weight? Your cheeks look a bit, no, they should be puffier actually. Aristia chuckles hearing the duke. Karzine then denies his reaction. The prince, while leaving, looks towards Aristia and thinks, It has only been a day, but a lot has happened, and a lot of thoughts have crossed my mind. Starting from this day, what will happen to me? Where am I headed? At night, while entering the room, her father said, Tia, it's me. She said, Papa. He said, You must be tired. You should be resting. Her father said, I'm all right. You're the one who seems exhausted. Did something happen? She shakes her head and said, No, nothing much. Her father said, I'm sorry for being late without telling you. You must have felt anxious. He pats her and Aristia said, It's fine. You came back safely. Hugging her father, she thinks in her mind, I've missed Papa's hugs. When I'm in his arms, my worries melt away like snow. Right now, this is all I need. Her father said, I'll stay with you until you fall asleep. The next morning, Aristia's sleep gets disturbed by voices of someone talking. She rises up from her bed and said, So noisy. She opens the window and wonders, What's going on this early in the morning? She looks outside. The knights were standing, talking to each other. They look towards Aristia and start talking. Oh, it's Lady Aristia. Good morning, my lady. My lady, did you sleep well? It's been so long. We're a bit late, aren't we? It's good to see you well. Aristia joyfully said, Everyone, you're all back safe. As she was saying, she suddenly remembers that she is in her nightgown. She quickly gets back inside. The knights cover their eyes and said to each other, Everyone close your eyes. My eyesight has been getting worse these days. Ugh, we didn't see anything anyway, Lady Aristia. Aristia takes a peek from the window. The knight said, "We'll be coming here again every day, so we'll be in your care. We'll see you at the training grounds later." She smiles and thinks, "I can hear people chatting every morning, and Papa is there when I go downstairs to eat. My precious days are finally back." At breakfast, her father said, "Good morning." He said about what happened yesterday, Tia, with His Majesty and the prince. "You don't need to worry too much," she said. "But Papa," he replied, "you must feel unsure about the situation since we couldn't finish the matter back there." The emperor would have understood well enough, so he wouldn't do anything rash. And so would the prince. "For now you should just rest." "I'm sure managing the mansion by yourself was exhausting," she replied. "Yes." She thinks in her mind, "If I am able to, I also wish to do that. But will everything be all right just by declaring me as the heir? I have to become a knight first to be the heir of House Monique, and I will only be able to use that by becoming the heir in order to avoid the engagement vow." Meanwhile, the prince said, "She's planning to use that." Heron asked, "Pardon? Did you say something?" He replied, "It's nothing." He thinks in his mind, "She doesn't remember what happened when we were children, yet whenever she sees me she's afraid. And she visits my father's garden all the time, but all this time she was planning to be the heir of House Monique. And by using that vow they're willing to go that far. Does she want to avoid getting involved with me that much? But I still haven't heard the reason. Just what are you thinking?" At Duke Errant's residence, Karzine was sparring with his brother. Kajin asked, "What happened?" "You don't usually ask me to train with you using a real sword," he replied. "Nothing really. I just wanted to check if you're still in shape." His brother asked, "Really? You seem a bit too restless though. You're not visiting the Monique mansion today." His mood gets down and he said, Well, even if I go I'll just be a bother." Looking at him, Kajin said, I suppose since the commander is back, I guess I'll volunteer my services to my rascal of a brother." Karzine replied, "I'm not a rascal, I'm a genius, even better than you." Kajin hits him on the head. Ouch. At Monique residence, Aristia was sitting on a bench, dazed. The knights talked to each other. "What's wrong with Lady Aristia? She's been out of it for a while now. But she doesn't look sick. What happened while we were away?" Aristia was still dazed. Her father came and said, "Tia, didn't I tell you can rest today? Go inside." She smiles and said, "Papa, I'm all right. I want to watch everyone from here." She thinks in her mind, "Papa and everyone else have returned. My life is back to how it was before. But somehow, I feel like I want to go somewhere." As she was talking, she thinks in her mind, "Perhaps I'm exhausted now that I'm so relieved. It's difficult to stay at home now." She suddenly gasps and said while fidgeting, "Oh no, I didn't mean anything by that. It's just I'm a bit tired." Her father asked, "Then Tia, would you like to leave? It will take us 2 days to reach our estate outside the city. If you'd like, we can go there together." Recalling their estate in her mind, she thinks, "The Monique estate. With Papa, my whole life I've never left the city, but deep down I've yearned to. If I can leave this place, if it's with Papa." She replied, "Yes, let's go." After a few days, the servants were talking to each other. "Did you have everything?" "Alan sent Lady Aristia's luggage here on a separate wagon." One of them said, "Lady Aristia, take care and be safe on your way." She replied, "Yes, I'll be back soon." She thinks in her mind, "Since going back in time, I've tried everything I could for the past 3 years. How much longer will I be able to escape the fate God has created? Right now, I just want to leave behind everything that exhausts me, everything that happened, all those complicated feelings, at a place where I can forget it all." Her father calls, "Prepared to leave, Tia. Let's go and go somewhere far away from the city." At the prince's castle, Duke Ruth bowed respectfully and said, "Then, Your Highness, I shall take my leave." As he walked away, he let out a quiet sigh and thought, I'm so tired." Before long, he spotted Duke Errant approaching and called out, "Errant." Errant turned toward him, and Ruth asked, "Oh, you're done." Errant nodded, and Ruth continued, "I heard Karen took a vacation." "Yes," Errant replied. "It looks like he's visiting the family estate with his daughter. It's already been a few days, so they should have arrived by now." Ruth frowned slightly and asked, "Did the Emperor allow that without question?" Errant answered, "He did. And thanks to that, I'm here working every day without a break. I need to rest too." Usually, the first and second commanders take turns. After hearing that, Ruth fell into thought. As I thought, it looks like they talked about canceling the engagement during the ceremony. Aren't then added, yes. Though I couldn't ask since there were too many years. Some would have noticed, and some nobles too. After a brief silence, Aren't asked, how's His Highness? How else? Ruth replied, discontent. He found out about it directly, so he won't let it happen just like that. Hearing those words, Aren't sighed and said, things are going to get noisy from now on, inside and out. Meanwhile, inside a carriage traveling far from the capital, her father gently called, Tia. Hearing his voice, she slowly opened her eyes. Papa, she murmured sleepily. Smiling at her, he said, we're almost there. You should get up now. Take a look outside. As Tia looked through the carriage window, her eyes widened with amazement. Wow! After arriving at the estate, the maids and butlers welcomed them warmly. Butler Ben stepped forward first and greeted them. Welcome, master and young lady. Marquis Monique smiled and replied, it's been a long time, Ben. Have you been well? With a gentle smile, Tia asked, how are you, Ben? There's nothing going on here in this empty manor that an old retired man can't handle, Ben answered with a chuckle. I'm relieved to see both of you in such good health. The trip must have been tiring. Please rest first. As Tia lifted her gaze toward the grand building before her, she quietly admired it. So this castle is the last line of defense for the capital. When she looked around at the peaceful scenery surrounding the estate, another thought crossed her mind. I've never traveled before, so I didn't know there was such a quiet place just outside the city. The view here is completely different from the capital. This old manor is surrounded by ivy-covered walls, with trees and flowers growing everywhere. The peaceful landscape only made her emotions more complicated. And here I am, as if I'm running away. I've struggled for the past 3 years to escape my fate from the past, but now I've abandoned everything just to run away. Perhaps I shouldn't have run like this, but I didn't have a choice. Watching the servants unload the luggage, she lowered her eyes. If Papa hadn't returned when he did, I would have been in an even deeper mess than I am now. Recalling everything that had happened, another question surfaced in her mind. Then again, Papa's talk with the Emperor, what did he mean by that? While she remained lost in thought, Ben quietly approached her and asked, isn't the view marvelous? Turning toward him, Tia smiled faintly and said, Ben, I didn't know our estate had such an amazing castle. Ben nodded proudly. It was bestowed upon House Monique by the royal family generations ago. You'll come to love this place in no time. Unlike other countryside estates, this place is quiet and peaceful. Yes, Tia replied softly. Ben looked at her carefully before saying, and you, miss, have grown so much since I last saw you. You only came up to my knees a little while ago, but now you're all grown up. How time flies. Tia smiled gently. That was years ago, Ben. However, as Ben studied her expression, a different thought crossed his mind. But her eyes, they reflect a time that seems much older than her age. What hardships have you faced? With a concerned expression, he said, it seems my inadequate son wasn't able to take care of you properly. Your face is full of worry. Surprised by his words, Tia quickly shook her head. Oh no, Alan has been doing well. I'm just tired since I've been busy lately, that's all. And Papa? Ben tilted his head in confusion. Papa, turning toward her father, she smiled warmly. A father needs to rest since he just came back from the expedition. Hearing that, Ben smiled with relief. I'm glad to know the two of you are so close. Well, I must inform the servants to ready your dinner, so please take your time. Yes. Thank you, Tia replied politely. Left alone once again, she quietly reflected on herself. I've changed so much. Suddenly, Elena's words echoed inside her mind. We still have a long way to go. I hope you grow up soon, my lady. Another face soon appeared in her memories. Alandis, do you know? Do you know how much I had to consider it when you asked me to trust you? And how my heart collapsed when I saw your face full of disbelief. Once again, I was abandoned by someone I thought was dear to me. Before those painful memories could consume her, Lena's cheerful voice suddenly called out, my lady. Come over here and take a look. This wagon is full of blooming flowers. Tia's expression immediately softened into a genuine smile. "I'll be there," she answered as she walked toward Lena. "I won't think about any of that for now," she told herself. "I'll only look at what brings me joy. I'll rest here without worry. That is why I'm here, even if someone blames me for running away." Meanwhile, far away, Alandis lay alone on his bed. Staring silently at the ceiling, he whispered only one name: Tia. As memories of the moments they had shared together continued to haunt him. In the blink of an eye, an entire month had passed since Tia arrived at the Monique estate. As she gazed across the peaceful grounds, she quietly reflected, "It's been a month since we came to the estate. I occasionally learned about Papa's duties by being at his side. I also trained together with the knights who came with us. While I took a peaceful break, time flew by so quickly." Determined to grow stronger, Tia continued practicing her swordsmanship without fail. After another round of training, she let out a few heavy breaths. "Ha ha." Watching her from nearby, her father smiled with satisfaction and said, "You've gotten a lot better, Tia." Surprised, she looked at him and asked, "Really?" He nodded before asking, "Are you having fun training?" "Yes," she answered with a bright smile. "What I learned from Sir Seymour and Sir Carcian helped a lot. I'm still not strong enough, but I can train for much longer than I used to." Hearing her answer, the Marquis replied, "I see." As he watched his daughter continue swinging her sword, another thought crossed his mind. "I thought she would quit after a while, but she's holding up well. The fighting style of House Monique is quite aggressive. It will probably become much more difficult for her as she continues her studies." Then perhaps, before he could finish his thoughts, one of the knights stepped forward and said, "You've done well today too, Lady Aristia." Just then, Lena approached while carrying a towel and said, "You came all the way out here. Wouldn't it be better to take a break from training?" Tia shook her head and replied, "I have a long way to go. If I take a break now, I'll forget everything I've learned." While they were talking, the Marquis turned toward Ben and instructed, "Ben, send this letter to House Ras." "Yes, Master," Ben answered respectfully. Watching the exchange from a distance, Tia became curious. "To House Ras? I wonder what it's about. While we've been staying here, Papa has been working this whole time. Even though he's busy, is he staying here because of me, Papa?" Meanwhile, at the Ras estate, a servant hurried inside and announced, "Young master, you have a visitor." Scratching his head in confusion, Carcian muttered, "Geez, who would visit me so early?" As he stepped outside, he froze the moment he saw the visitor standing before him. "Huh," he said. "So it was you." Letting out a sigh, he asked, "What brings you here?" This is a depressing way to start the day. Without saying a word, Alandis held out a sealed letter. Seeing it, Carcian immediately stood up and exclaimed, "What is this? A letter of challenge? Good. I'm fine with that." "Then let's take it outside." Alandis remained expressionless as he replied, "I don't have the energy to quarrel with you. Here's my letter to Tia. Keep this for me and pass it on to her." Taking the letter into his hand, Carcian frowned. "Huh? Don't you know she's at her estate right now?" "I'll take it for now, though." "I know," Alandis answered calmly. "And that's why I'm leaving it with you." Raising an eyebrow, Carcian asked, "You're funny. How do you know I'll be able to pass this on to her?" "Because you'll see Tia before I do," Alandis replied. After a brief silence, Carcian looked at him carefully before asking, "Hey, did something happen between you and her?" Alandis lowered his eyes and quietly answered, "You saw them that day, the two of them during the ceremony." Carcian thought back to what he had witnessed before asking, so Alandis took a slow breath and replied, "So I'm suggesting a temporary truce." After hesitating for a moment, he added, "I really didn't want to say this, but listen carefully." After Alandis left, Carcian sat alone on the ground, unable to stop thinking about what he had heard. The coming-of-age ceremony, they really did seem close, he muttered to himself. So what? I thought she was learning to fight in order to avoid getting married. Then why were they so close? Why did they keep whispering to each other? They looked like a natural pair, as if they had always been that way. And suddenly that weirdo is acting like this. Something definitely happened, but I know nothing. I don't know what's happening on either side. Only I don't know. Frustrated by his own thoughts, He suddenly shouted, whatever. Why should I care about who she marries or who she has a fight with? We're just friends. We're not close enough, don't you think? Or not. Whatever. I should just keep training. Trying to clear his head, he resumed swinging his sword, but even while practicing, his thoughts continued drifting back to Tia. I wonder if she's training properly. He quickly shook his head. What am I pondering about? Focus. Focus. Yet the worries refused to disappear. She didn't faint again, did she? She's so fragile she'd break a bone if someone hit her. Is she training like a crazy person again? Completely distracted, he failed to notice someone approaching until a familiar voice startled him. Father, he shouted in surprise. His father burst into laughter. Haha, having a hard time focusing? Then he asked, what were you thinking so hard about that you didn't even notice me approaching? Embarrassed, Castian quickly changed the subject. It's just, I have things I need to worry about too. Smiling knowingly, his father replied, oh really? After a brief pause, Castian asked, but how come you're here at this hour? Are you already done with work? You're supposed to work every day. With a mysterious grin, his father answered. Something came up. Castian, you must hurry to the Monique estate right away. Shocked by those words, Castian stared at his father in disbelief and asked, to the Monique estate? Just all of a sudden, wearing a stern expression, Duke Aaron nodded and replied, yes. Today. Right now, still unable to believe what he had heard, Castian repeated right now. There's nothing to be surprised about, his father answered. Just go there and help the young lady with her training. Completely confused, Castian frowned and asked, why me? Isn't the Marquis there with her? Duke Aaron simply replied, you'll understand once you get there. Patting his son's shoulder, he added, this request was specifically addressed to you, so I trust you'll do well. After saying those words, he walked away while thinking to himself, finally, I can rest. Left standing there alone, Castian tried to process everything that had just happened. So I'm really going to see her first. Don't tell me that weirdo actually predicted this. Before long, another thought crossed his mind. I wonder if Aristia will be surprised, or will she be waiting for me? A smile slowly appeared on his face as he recalled his father's words. Specifically addressed to me, huh? Meanwhile, Alandis quietly sealed his letter and thought to himself, not yet. I have no right to see you just yet. So for now, I'll leave you in someone else's care. One mistake was enough. I'll get you back no matter what, my lady. Back at the royal palace, the nobles had already begun whispering among themselves. Did you hear? It looks like the engagement between the prince and Lady Aristia may not happen. Another noble leaned closer and replied, apparently Marquis Monique brought it up to His Majesty during the prince's coming-of-age ceremony. Unless the Marquis remarries, there is only one blood heir in the family. Then the engagement is cancelled. Another noble lowered his voice and asked, perhaps House Monique and the royal family had some sort of dispute. Watch what you say, someone warned. The other countries seem to have noticed as well, and the royal families from neighboring kingdoms are trying to seize this opportunity. This includes the Lisa Kingdom, who have always sought after the title of Empress. Everyone will be keeping their eyes on the future Empress's crown. Sometime later, Castian finally arrived at the Monique estate. Seeing him standing at the entrance, Aristia looked visibly surprised. Castian, she called out. He casually waved and replied, hey. It's been a while. Still confused, she asked, what brings you here? With a smirk, he answered, what's with that face? I'm your guest. I came here thanks to a special request, you know. Puzzled by his answer, Aristia asked, who would ask for you? Before Castian could answer, Marquis Monique stepped forward and said, I called for him. Turning to Castian, he continued, thank you for coming all this way. Were you briefed on the details? Scratching the back of his head, Castian replied, nope. My father told me I'd find out when I got here, then chased me out the door. The Marquis nodded. I see. It seems I must return to the capital, so I was hoping you could help Tia with her training. Hearing that, Aristia immediately looked toward her father. Papa, you're going back to the capital? But you'll come back here, won't you? The Marquis smiled gently before replying, I've been neglecting my duties as commander, so it won't be easy for me to return. Or, would you like to go back with me? While listening to their conversation, Carsien silently wondered, then why am I here? After thinking for a moment, Aristia answered, I'd like to stay here. Her father nodded warmly before patting her head. I see. All right then. Stay here as long as you wish. Turning toward Ben, he instructed, please prepare my luggage. I'll be returning to the capital. Yes, sir, Ben answered respectfully. After the Marquis left, Aristia lowered her eyes and thought, Papa. He knew I wouldn't want to go back. Breaking the silence, Carsien crossed his arms and grinned. Well then, since I've been specifically requested to be here and all, you should call me Master. Aristia looked at him without changing her expression. No, immediately flustered, Carsien protested, but why? It's true, isn't it? I'm here to teach you. She calmly shook her head. I don't want to. Growing more impatient, he insisted. Can't you at least give it a try? I refuse, she answered without hesitation. Refusing to give up, Carsien exaggerated his tone and said, come on. Just say, Master, please teach me how to fight. Aristia stared at him with a completely serious face before asking, why are you smiling like that? It's unsettling. Defeated once again, Carsien sighed. Geez, you're so selfish. Seeing his disappointed expression, Aristia couldn't help but smile. It's been a while since we've seen each other, but you're still the same. I'm glad to see you, Carsien. Welcome to our estate. Hearing those words instantly lifted his mood. Hey, you should have said that in the first place. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out an envelope and handed it to her. Oh yeah, here. This is yours. Aristia accepted the letter and looked at it in confusion. Who would send me a letter? She wondered as she quietly stared at the unfamiliar handwriting. Aristia immediately recognized the seal stamped on the envelope. The seal of House Verita. It's from Alindis. Noticing her reaction, Carsien casually said, it's from the weirdo. I'm just delivering it, all right? Seeing the sadness in her expression, he sighed and added, geez, I can't stand this. Did you two fight? You used to hang around each other so much it was annoying. I was this close to throwing that letter away, but I managed to stop myself. Lowering her gaze to the letter in her hands, Aristia quietly thought, Alindis, we haven't contacted each other since we last parted, but he knows that I'm here. As she stared at the envelope, countless thoughts ran through her mind. What did he write? Is he going to condemn me? Or is he going to declare the end of our friendship? After taking a slow breath, she carefully opened the letter and began reading. Hello, Tia. I'd heard that you were leaving for your family's estate, but I only decided to write to you now. I did want to write to you earlier, but I thought we both needed some time. You were right. I didn't trust you, and I thought you were lying, even though I knew that you are the type of person who would rather say nothing than try to make something up. I had asked you to trust me, yet I betrayed your trust. I'm ashamed of myself. All I can do now is ask for your forgiveness. I'm sorry, Tia. I'm truly sorry. After finishing the letter, Aristia remained silent for a long moment. Alindis, my dear friend, she thought as her grip on the letter tightened. I have to send a reply. He must be waiting. I have to write something. Without wasting another moment, she prepared a reply and sent it back to him. Sometime later, after receiving her letter, Alindis gently held it in his hands before smiling to himself. Tia, yes. This is fine. We can start over. This time, it will be perfect. Meanwhile, back at the royal palace, the crown prince sat alone at his desk as he finished reviewing another document. After setting down his pen, he leaned back in his chair and let out a quiet sigh. No matter how much I think about it, I don't understand. Why is she behaving like this? He closed his eyes as memories of Aristia surfaced in his mind. From the moment she was born, she was acknowledged as the future Empress and raised for that very role. So why is she acting against it after all this time? Does she feel uncomfortable about becoming a royal, or is it because she fears me? The word fear lingered in his thoughts as he recalled seeing Aristia with her mother when they were children. Echoes of her voice calling, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, resurfaced in his memory. Why? He wondered. She's avoiding me. Even though she doesn't remember, there must be some other reason. I must look into this more. Before he could think any further, Heron entered the room carrying several ledgers. Your Highness, he said respectfully. The estimated amount of funds and manpower needed for the Borderlands inspection has been prepared. The prince nodded as he stood up from his desk. All right, putting on his robe, he calmly ordered, tell everyone to gather in the meeting hall. I'll also be attending. As they made their way through the palace corridors, several young noble ladies immediately approached and bowed. Your Highness. Greetings, Your Highness. Future son of the Empire, it's been so long, Your Highness. One of them stepped forward with an eager smile and said, Your Highness, do you remember me? I introduced myself to you at your ceremony. I'm glad to see you are doing so well, Your Highness. Ignoring the endless greetings, the prince continued walking while Heron quietly informed him there have been more young ladies visiting the palace recently, along with envoys from other countries as well. The prince glanced at him and calmly replied, so they see this as an opportunity. How terribly annoying. We need to leave as soon as possible. Understood, Heron answered. After a brief silence, the prince suddenly asked, when will we pass by the Monique estate? Checking the ledger in his hands, Heron replied, it's 2 days from the capital, but since there will be a lot of people traveling with us, we won't be able to leave until next month. Hearing that, the prince quietly murmured, is that so? After a moment, his expression became firm once again. Call Sir Seymour and Sir June. As he resumed walking toward the meeting hall, a single thought echoed through his mind. I will definitely hear the reason.
Thank you so much for watching. I hope this romantic journey made your heart flutter just like mine. If you enjoyed this recap, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the bell so you never miss another love-filled episode. And don't forget to leave a comment sharing your thoughts. I love reading what you think about the story. Your support means the world. See you in the next romantic adventure.